Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic again. We are working towards development 2, which is close to the center, if not the center of the map. I mean, the center of the map would be right here. I think this is close enough. Airline to the customs house, about 11 kilometers. This is the furthest development we're going to make. With a settlement on this side, behind the mountain, and the rail line coming in through one of these valleys. We will have to set up a self-sufficient settlement that has its own supply of resources. Basically its own gravel production, supply of construction materials, bitumen, cement. Speaking of cement, I was considering maybe setting up another train station. I was thinking of having an off-ramp for the food train station. So having the idea of having another ramp here, and then unloading and loading cement. Basically a mixture of cement and meat. So we can put meat on the rail network, because we're not driving meat by truck over there. That would be ridiculous. Hello, Lopo. Welcome. So the idea would be a train station. Probably 3 or some amount of train cars for meat and cement in the rail distribution office, and it can handle the distribution of that resource between the train stations. Meat would be put onto the rail network here. Cement would have to be delivered. And then we would have cement locally in this area. Wouldn't have to go to the customs house directly anymore to pick it up. So let's see if we can make this a setup that will work for us. Small train station with 2 unloading spaces should work. It's a little bit awkward to hook up. Station length, really shortest one would be fine. And a single train only needs access here. I guess we will have to change that a little bit. Let's see, around here. That should work. Around that height. Probably. Yes. Okay, that'll connect. We have a road connection out here to store the refrigerated goods in. You're not going to invade my VOD audience too. Hello Project 7, welcome. I think for the cement, I think we'll wait until at some point there's a better version that we can build. But yeah, I would like to put that onto the rail network so we have it accessible. I mean, if we're thinking rail distribution for this at some point, it's going to be 160 meters at most, so very short. I don't think 450 meter long trains are going to make it to the food factory. Let's plan for that size of train. 200 meters is probably like what we are having at most with like direct lines, because the station length for where they're delivering to isn't going to be that large anyway. And then over here, meat pickup and cement delivery. That storage would be just way too sizable. I mean, if I put a cement plant here, I guess it would make sense. Then we could make this the source of cement for the Republic as well. We could bring coal by train from the coal mines, not that far, distribution office, and just, I don't know, have some gravel production. What kind of work? Water and sewage would be hooked up. Electricity we can bring over with another substation. I didn't put a transformer here. Yeah, there's no electricity in the area. Where did I drop the substation to? Over there. And the water and sewage is here. Well, we do need the power plant and everything on that side to be also supplied, so a second substation kind of becomes necessary. And I do believe we probably have more wire connections. One wire connection out of that one. The other alternative would be to draw a high voltage wire from a high voltage switch over here across, put a transformer in this location, and then have that as the supply source for our electricity. That might make the most sense if I just go ahead and set up a transformer in the area. And we'll bring electricity in here instead. from here. That doesn't work. It's so close, come on. Too many red dots. Can't get a road connection for that one, unfortunately. So I guess we'll just use this. That's fine. Just draw a high voltage wire to the area and then have this as our supply. What could go wrong? Should I put another high voltage switch in? Just in case. No, don't think so. There's not too many connections out of this. Lopo, you're trying way too hard. And I am going to amend those chat rules after the stream. We finally did it. High voltage wire. We have what wire here? I put the highest wire. Even the smallest one would have been sufficient, but a little bit of leeway is probably a good idea. Now we're gonna put two medium-sized ones around as a replacement. And yeah, Project 7, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, and you haven't seen it, our newest development is Development 2 that we're working towards, which is center of the map-ish. We're trying to go here. Large oil field. Maybe try and use some of the early start boats. And that's why we're building a train line and a road here. And we have to set up a self-sufficient settlement on that side. And I'll probably start with a train station. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to bring people there. I'm considering that this train track might have to be upgraded to prefab panels. Because it's kind of far. And there's no like intermediate stop except this settlement. Doesn't really have a run-through station. Kinda hard to build through. We have to do a test run with a train and some workers and see if we can bring them to a train station in the area and then start from there. Train station. A bunch of workers that could and will go into unemployment until we start building stuff in the area. So the train station and the fire station would be, I guess, the first start. And we have to plan out. I think we're going to just build this too. It's all offline. Yep, off-ramp, go build that. And since we will have electricity in the area, I'm considering the cement plant. We can bring workers outside the food factory by a tunnel, basically, and have them work here from the connection. Where's the other cement? The other cement plant is not unlocked yet. Okay, we only have one, which is fine. If water and sewage are in range, that would be perfect, and we don't have to set up another substation for those at least. Supply of meat and cement for the area, for the whole republic rather. We need a train delivery for said coal. Do we need an aggregate storage? What is the internal storage capacity? 75 tons. That is not going to... I mean, it is going to cut it because we're barely going to consume any gravel after the initial like production of all the resources, but well, not gravel, coal. I guess coal we don't need that much. What was the coal? 22 tons of coal per day. But yeah, if we're running like train deliveries here, we should at least have 1,000 ton storage. Make sure it's the train deliveries make sense. And gravel production will be local. That is something we can do. Maybe I will move everything a little bit and build the concrete plant across the road instead. I think that'll give us a nicer look here. And the room on this side for the unloading stations. I think we'll be okay with that. Just have to make sure that the cement storage can fit in there. And the gravel we can produce on that side. Quarry into a storage, some workers walking there. I think this will be perfect. I think that's going to be a nice bit of production that we can do here. Maybe even export cement, I don't know. I'm not really usually doing cement exports, but who knows. I'll flip it so we have conveyor inputs on the lower side. The ones on the back side we can use for the gravel, and the ones on the lower side for where the coal is going to come in by train. That's going to make it a bit awkward with the connections of the other storage facility. But let's see if we can make that work. Sort of. Okay, we will probably have to have a shared conveyor and flip this one around again. Never mind, this is a mess. Make sure this actually will work. Looks good. Water. Also in range. I mean, we could have a tower, I guess. There's no reason to not have a conveyor tower. Well, except that a direct connection would be convenient, I guess. Yeah. I guess this is where it will be. And the rest will have to fit around that. We'll have to have a conveyor loop around and bring the coal in from an unloading station. Not too difficult. They start out very low on this unloading station, and you have to bring it up. So probably a conveyor bridge would be the simplest across here, including the road. Those always look nice. Train aggregate unloading. If we're doing a conveyor, it's going to be a problem with the storage. I guess the storage has to be on this side right next to the aggregate unloading, and then we just conveyor it from here. I guess that'll be fine. I wanted to have the storage closer to the production building, but this will be fine. Means we have to move the bridge again a bit. Hello, Tante Barracuda. Welcome. Yeah, I'll set it up like this. That way the rail distribution office will function as expected. coal unloaded. Cement and meat. Conveyor it around the corner to bring it into this factory. Okay, and then gravel. Produced on that side. Processed. Storage. Maybe not even a storage. Production is gonna be kinda constant, but I guess in bulk production it kinda makes sense to maybe have a storage, because this thing can consume up to 200 something tons of gravel per day. And a regular production plant is not really gonna keep up with it. We're dropping population. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. So maybe... I did say I wanted to get modern industry for the better gravel processing. But I think I'll refuse that still. I think we have to make cement with the available means and never get modern industry. Otherwise we just unlock too much stuff. It is a pretty terrible quality quarry. That one would be a good source. Well, I guess we could quarry over here and drive it across. Or even have an unloading station that then conveyors it to a storage for processing. Basically the old school setup that we had at some point, which I think I will set up here. We made, like, for the other gravel processing, had like conveyor connections. You had to like think about how to make it more efficient. That was pretty cool. So we're going to do that here too. We don't really need the ability to use the internal storage of the concrete plant, cement plant, because it only has 75 tons of storage capacity, and that really doesn't make much sense to try and get that to use for us. They can just draw from this storage and it'll be fine. So we will produce directly into this building. Again, no conveyor, just the overflow. Once the gravel processing plant has run full, can go in there. And this will have to be optimized with traffic. We will have another storage on the opposite side, or like above, where we will drop in all the quarried stone. And the truck will have to go back and forth between that storage. Or like the loading station from that storage and this plant. So the idea here is the plant right across from Why are we out of bricks, out of building materials? Why aren't they getting delivered? Where's the train? Do I need to hook up the distribution office train on this because we're using up too many bricks? 117 tons heading here to the customs house right now. Sheesh. Oh, you're already hooked up to the distribution for building materials, bricks and steel. Yeah, I guess you can also deliver boards if you want, but if we have enough bricks that you can pick them up, then deliver them there. Right now production is not that fast because I limited it to like a third of its capacity. But it seems to be in order, it's just a little bit delayed. We need a truck-based aggregate loading station and a gas station to make this as efficient as possible. So the route would be a large truck running from aggregate loading into the production facility. Only one truck should be enough. Constantly. And this one would take from a storage for quarried stone, which 1,000 tons will be plenty. And that will come from the mountain, I think. And I'll drop it into the storage by another aggregate unloading station, which is a good use for that in this case. And make it slide down the hill. I mean, I could also make it longer, then it definitely will have no issues connecting the way it's supposed to. Yeah, sure. Let's use a large storage. Any gas station nearby? Not a problem. I mean, we have one in this settlement already. To make it really efficient, one should be closer. Ideally here. But I guess we can deal with slight delivery. Hello Hailstorm, welcome. I've started steel production with dumpers as distribution offices. Okay, I mean, to start it out with, it will work. We did that too on our villages run. Until you scale up production, but when you make your own steel, you can do that later. With the homemade infrastructure run, I mean, not the villages run. The homemade infrastructure run was so much fun, but I'm not sure about the balance. It was a little bit tedious with the research points, and with low-tech I have to think about how to rework that. It was really cool. I think just being able to produce all the local infrastructure with your own materials is fine, so you can only make gravel paths with once you make your own gravel. But I think adding that extra challenge from the research point demand was pretty neat. So, stone quarry. Excavator, truck, constantly driving back and forth. Also would benefit off of a gas station nearby for the truck. And dropping it off into a unloading station here so they don't have to drive all the way around, and then they can fill the storage down there. That's what we did in the old school days, when the grapple plant didn't have a conveyor connection input. And it was cool, I think. Constantly driving back and forth across the road is kind of like a bit of a shame that we would have to do that, but what can you do? Is it enough? No. Are my grocery stores flooded with long lines reaching up to 100 people? Yes. So in fact, unless I can quickly get the other grocery store online. And you need steel production for that? Wow. Hello Thorgrim. Welcome. I mean, the quarried stone truck will not have priorities, so it should be okay. We will probably have 2 quarries feeding into this, and then we also can think about exporting cement if we want to. I mean, we can feed as many quarried stone trucks as we want into this, because of the fact that we have a wide connection here to hook up as many unloading stations as we want. Ideally, I would only use 1 truck per unloading station, I think, just to like not get into any issues with like building maintenance and the like. But of course, that might be a bit overkill-esque as well. Let's start with the middle one, I guess. How flat are we going to make this to be able to hook up quarries here? The mountain is already very steep. So we kind of need to make like a flat area off to the side and then curve it in. It's like gonna be a pretty big road if we do that. This is annoying. Accessing quarried stone, not the most fun thing. 50% is fine for me. could use the airfield trick. It's gonna look a bit weird, but... Oh, careful. Don't destroy my road. Don't you dare destroy my road. That's not bad. Bring the hill down a bit. And then we have access to some nice quarries here. Lovely. I'm going to have to direct labor to the rail construction. Is it enough? I don't know if I have to pick up the food hungry lions from the grocery store directly, since I don't see them go to the bus stop before the grocery store. Well, if the grocery store has a potential of food, they're going to go there first and try their luck. Unless there's a queue, then they will try something else, but it tries to balance some people in there before they give up. But yeah, if they're in front of the grocer, then they will wait until they go hungry, which is not ideal. So I'm thinking of having several quarries that could potentially feed in here. I mean, if we use the idea of exporting, then we for sure can make this a thing. If I don't use the idea of exporting, then they could potentially park in here and block maintenance vehicles at some point. Which I don't think would be so terrible, but wouldn't be that great. We can definitely feed a lot of gravel out of this. But I think we'll start with one, because we're probably not going to export in the beginning anyway. So I have to pick them up from the grocery store? No, once they're at the grocery store, they will wait until until they go home hungry. You can only pick them up from a bus stop, I think. I don't think you can pick them up from a grocer. That would be new to me. I haven't tried or done that yet, so I don't know. If your grocer is over capacity, you could try and build quickly a food kiosk or two and try and help with that, or like another grocer. See if that can be made to help quickly. Okay, one more input here in the future. And then the gas station next to it. For all the trucks. And the excavator. And of course all the vehicles driving through here. guess it doesn't matter. We can directly connect it to the road. There's not that much traffic here. We will need electricity, of course, but that's why we're building another transformer. So we can also bring electricity to this area. And then I guess once we have electricity for the aggregate stations, then it's also not going to be too difficult, or it's going to be easy bringing fuel directly to the excavators instead. Can we like flatten that little bump out of the ground? Yes, please. Thank you. Much better. So we'll need electricity, providing power to both the plant, the loading stations, and maybe the setup up here. Seems like a tough ask. It's possible, but I'll just build 2 substations. We have a transformer, it's fine. Plus the aggregate loading station will like draw more power anyway. Most of the time. So I'll have a power substation down here. And one up here next to these facilities. I'll have water and sewage already hooked up to them, so we don't have to worry about that. Running water through the food factory setup, and that way we will have our own cement supply in the Republic. And yeah, I think a single quarry in the beginning would be more than enough to handle our own demand, but if we want to export, we have to pour in a lot more gravel, and that's why this exists. That's why, for the potential of expanding the whole setup, we have more. Because we can get a lot of quarried stone from here. Just have to be careful not to bury the road. Just been to the grocery store. Hello. Hello, Schlendrian. Welcome. Going to put the rail distribution office on 3 wagons minimum and deliver 3 cement and 3 meat train cars. And maybe another train. I need dry bulk. Maybe we'll also deliver some steel train cars. These ones seem quite efficient at what they do. Really, really efficient. bring all these train cars to the depot first, and then we'll make a single trip with that train and the train cars to the rail distribution office to extend it a little bit. Steam engine sounds in my communist dystopia. Yep, steam locomotives everywhere. Because we have to. And this way the larger storage also makes sense because we'll produce into it and it's the supply of the Republic. Maybe for the delivery to development 2 we can have a smaller storage. I should also put a distribution office here for cement distribution in the Republic now, since we're building it up. I guess we have the meat distribution and cement distribution. Is a cement distribution office necessary? Yes, for the local storages. This is going to handle Bugudonsk and Sovskoy. Other areas would have like a cement truck and like a local distribution office pulling the resources out of the train station. Where's the meat distribution? That one. Yeah, the national meat distribution by truck was an idea, but I think it's not that great. I might swap the rural distribution and the national meat distribution over. Thank you for the follow, Schlendrian, much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. Our newest village, Kirirov, has been set up and allows us access to all of the area up here. I am debating with myself if I need another settlement in between for the reason of having like a gas station for that whole trip. I can reach 2 kilometers from a gas station, I believe. So maybe we do need that settlement over here before we punch through the mountain. I didn't want to make this the one with the resource storages though. Because it's a little bit low space. Also our TV station has been built. Full on culture. I wanted to monitor this. I wanted to see if our average productivity keeps going up or down, which was like the important part. Loyalty can go down if productivity keeps going up. Happiness goes up. Loyalty is dropping now that the radio station is running. Productivity is still the same. It seems really efficient still for that few workers. But I guess it's not affecting a lot of people yet. We do have 1,260 people with a television, and that number is continuously rising. Some people even have a computer now. Don't think we need an extra fire station. The one locally should be able to handle all of this. We might need a... Well, we do have this fire station if there's a fire in the gravel, so that should be fine. Yeah, I like the idea of like dealing with factories that aren't super like optimized with the connections. I know that the connections should be like in many places because previously the factories had like one connection where it was historically. That wasn't cool. But the fact that we don't have an input connection on this thing makes it like appealing to me. And you should be able to build this. Why not? It's not. Oh, that way. Got it. There was a tiny section of track that was not set to be built yet. But no, it's fine. Got our meat storage. I'll tell it to be filled by the meat national distribution, I guess. Having cement and meat on the rail network will be great. If I set this up a little bit differently, we could have also put like gravel on the rail network, I guess. No, we would have needed an aggregate loading station and I don't have that here. But yeah, similar style, like if we want gravel on the rail network, it would have to be a larger scale production. And we will probably export cement from this. 500 tons per cement. 500 rubles per cement. Per ton of cement. Coal is at 136. That looks expensive, but the US dollar price is still low. So coal is only expensive because of inflation. Same for crops, not really that much inflation yet. Fuel is inflating with the price going up to 5. Looks like it's heading towards 5,000. Definitely something we should be exporting to the US instead of like the oil. Export that to the US instead of the eastern border. And we can import cheap fuel from the eastern border. Like we could import cheap fuel from the east, export it to the west, and then do transportation of something else the other direction. The VB microelectronics of my hometown actually developed some games in the late GDR. Oh, nice. Have they been preserved? Are they playable on modern systems? That would be cool. We'll free up one connection for the city's power line. Everything has electricity. Good. The maintenance construction office should be set to 30%. I was thinking about like undoing it, helping with other construction tasks, but I guess that's fine, it can do that. Don't have a blue color for that one. Guess the green color is the closest. But you have a blue one, so there you go. I don't know, just saw the name of my hometown mentioned in a documentary, Aufstanden aus Platinen, and they apparently made like a puzzle game and a jump and run clone. Ah, okay. That's cool. Could probably go on a deep dive and try and track that. There should be... I think that's all train cars. I think we picked them all up. So I guess we could have brought them directly, but... I'll go into the rail distribution office, including the train. Which means theoretically we could run meat exports until we use it on our own network. But that would increase crop consumption, and I don't know if I want to have another train bringing in grain. Our customs house is only optimized for 3 lines, and traffic there is a little bit slow. Yeah, sawmill is chugging along. Good work. There's also arcade, polyplay, which has emulator online. Ah, okay. I have not done a lot with emulators, but like maybe I need to see if there's a documentary on like emulators for games of the GDR. Maybe there's a YouTube rabbit hole that one can find for that. I had someone at work who worked also in a electronics factory in the GDR. He retired like a couple of years ago at the current work we were at and talked about it a little bit. It was interesting. Hello Jumai, welcome. Two dump trucks should be able to run this until we need more gravel, more quarried stone, and any excavator. We could put the M3P15 in there, but I'm going to use the Yak excavator everywhere. I think this one is good for the start. It's also very expensive. Probably more expensive to maintain because of it. Okay, I guess let's make the switch. Does that make sense? Yeah, let's do it. Give me a distribution office. I'll copy your tasks over on that. Clean the tasks. Copy the tasks from this one over here. You have more than 5 meat trucks, so that's gonna be a thing. And you all move here. You all move here except one, I guess. Move in here. And then copy these tasks over to you. I guess I might have just like stranded a vehicle. There's a meat truck somewhere now, not knowing where to go. I'm sorry, little one. Go in here. You can help with the distribution of meat to like villages. If we have a further away village with its own large refrigerated storage, you could make some deliveries. So this is Dio Meat Rural. And this is Dio Goods Rural. We don't need that much meat transportation. If we're planning on transporting meat by train. There will be meat trucks locally, and probably refrigerated storage is on the grocers of further villages. Where are you transporting that to? To Sovskoy meat storage. Yeah, no. Why are you transport? Oh, that distribution office, that makes sense. I need the large meat truck. One of them at least. You make your way in there. I guess I should probably just get rid of one of them. I have too many. Go to the scrapyard. Production here has picked up a little bit, but still nothing over 6.5 tons, so the dispersion seems to be working okay. But yeah, lots and lots more iron extraction. Iron ore storage is not full, so we don't need the other processing plant yet. Also, I just realized that running out of money isn't critical anymore because we have our own power supply. So we're not going to freeze to death immediately. Got a gas station. I don't know if I'm gonna build a gas station down here for this route from the loading station to from the aggregate storage of quarried stone to the gravel processing plant. I just have to drive down here, refuel and come back. It's a slow truck, but the route should be fairly efficient at that. Don't forget that substation. That also needs to be built. Yeah, this is gonna be a challenge. Trying to make something like survive over there. Everything has to be connected by train for the majority of the supplies. That's why the meat has also been connected now. And yeah, just a small village protecting construction materials and then building up a construction sector, repair station for the construction vehicles. Everything has to come in by train. It basically needs a train station that might have like more capacity than what a city has. More resource types. So basically a warehouse similar to what we have here. Pretty much exactly like that. Bring in all the resources to a warehouse. Then a train station for... Train station for meat, would it be its own station? I guess I would do a similar one like this one. A train station where meat and maybe cement is shared, because I need a factory connection train station for that anyway. Have you tried farming in Siberia? Yes, we have. Hello, White Rabbit. It produces less output and therefore is not really that great. That's why we're bringing crops in here by train. I haven't tried it recently, but I assume it's still the same. So we could have another quarry here that runs down to this road. Each road would have its own crossing, and then a third one potentially, and even a fourth one feeding from more quarries. But yeah, a single one in the beginning to start out with, and then see if cement exports might be a viable strategy. By distribution office, like we can't export everything over 50%. I need a rail distribution office at some point that handles all the exports. And we could put the more efficient train cars in the export distribution office instead. And yeah, we'll see if the train line here would benefit off of concrete rail. I would still have to research that. How's the productivity and happiness doing? We had a bit of a population drop. Something might have caught fire. Happiness is going up because of the TV station, as expected. Loyalty would be dropping. We're now at 34. We're closer to 35 before. And productivity is still fine. Productivity seems to be like fine with the increased happiness and the lower loyalty. It seems to be just holding steady. We'll see if that like has any significant change in the future. Maybe once happiness is really high, maybe loyalty will also start coming up. Maybe that's a way to like boost loyalty. Maybe if you just get the people really happy. Maybe we just need to get them happy to be loyal instead of like indoctrinating them. I don't know. Could be an alternative way if it is supported, but I don't know. Mechanical component factory would be nice to have somewhere. And then electronic components and chemicals would be like the last couple steps into like self-sufficiency, which I said we wouldn't do. And we're not going to do because I'm not going to do any farming on this. Crops will always be imported by train. So we could have a chemical plant and a fabric factory in some place. With its own crop supply. Power seems to be up. And it looks like the quarry also finished. Now we just need the unloading station and the storage, and we can fill in quarried stone here. Come on, train. People are waiting for you. Is there a traffic jam? Or why are you line spacing so long? I could tell that to not line space here at all and just like, as soon as it's here, just go again. Which might make sense, to not line space like on train stations in the middle. It's a village, it should have a train running as soon as possible. I think Bugodonsk would be doing line spacing, but Gugoshny would not. So this one would also be set to send out trains as soon as they're done and not wait too long. And all the line spacing is currently being handled here, our first city. The other end stations are just means to an end for refueling the trains and making them turn around in place. The aggregate unloading station is ready. No truck is running right now. Let me try and like try to teleport it back home. I want to get rid of that warning message because it shouldn't really be a thing. It was just because I was... Why are you still like complaining? Cannot find a route from Sovskoy factory meat storage to Bugodonsk meat storage. Doesn't matter. You're not on that route anymore. I changed you to a different... You know what? Make a drive to the depot. Maybe then you will clear your like internal route that you still think you're on. Maybe make sure the road construction is not the highest priority, otherwise we won't really get many workers elsewhere. And also dump trucks. Rail construction is making its way. A lot of shorter road work is waiting on like workers to arrive here because it doesn't support mechanisms, and currently the main road for our development 2 extension is drawing all of the workers, which isn't great. So currently the TV station doesn't really do anything for us, it just switches like happiness for loyalty. We're trading in our loyalty and making our population happier, which is probably going to make them more susceptible to fluctuations. I guess the happiness, the loyalty drop isn't that high, and the happiness rise seems to be noticeable. I will maybe avoid the loyalty boosting research and see what else we can do. I mean, if the people are happy and working in education, will that like have a rippling effect? I don't know. I thought it was always the loyalty. If someone in education is really happy but disloyal, I guess they would be very cheerful, telling you how much the government sucks. But we'll see, we'll just try and boost happiness. The loyalty reduction doesn't seem to have any noticeable impact on productivity yet, so I'm okay with it. If the people are happier, that's fine. It's also going to hit the most highly educated people first because they have a TV. I could run another truck from this quarry to the unloading station. I think one quarry each is like okay. Since I'm setting them to wait until loaded, that could have like traffic jam issues otherwise. I don't know. Just as a precaution. Also, it's gonna look more industrial, I guess. You have 55% quality. I'm okay with that. If it was a factory connected quarry, then maybe not, but this is absolutely fine. Will be another one. Sure, build that too. I will set up 2. Why not? And we'll run cement exports continuously. Also putting like a load on our coal production. I me try and make this a slightly smoother curve, so I'm like not feeling too upset about it. I think that would look nice-ish. Maybe flatten the ground a little bit first. Sharper corner here. That is too steep. So this you don't like, but if we go at an angle, you're fine with it. What about now? Not too bad. I'm up for it. That's good. Is it quarried stone or quarried stone? I think it's double R. Yes. Aggregate unloading, quarried stone. That should be aggregate loading, not aggregate storage. Good. And we will also need another excavator. We did the math yesterday how much they produce. It's 0.5 tons per worker. Sorry, 3.5 tons per worker per day. And then the excavator has a speed of 15, which is worth 15 workers. So we would do the math of 3.5 tons times 15. And then times 55 divided by 100 because the quarry only has 55%. So the production is going to be 28.875 tons a day, which means it will be able to fill a dump truck in less than a day, because that one only holds 25 tons. And we can test that. We can test that. Let's make the truck drive up there. And we'll see, because we have a time graph up there. So it starts loading at around here. 2 bars before the end, so we're assuming that it's like 3 or 4 or 5 bars before the end, before the truck is filled. And then the math should check out. At around here it should finish. Even earlier. So yeah, the math seems to be somewhat correct. For quarries, and I assume the same would be true for bauxite, because you can also use an excavator on those. Let me know when this road is done, because then we can move our terraforming equipment forward and place a free road depot and get the tunnel idea figured out. I mean, I could also have like a tunnel raise up and we come out this way and try and make a path through this mountainous region, which would probably be better than trying to get a tunnel all the way through here. I mean, for trains it makes sense to have longer tunnels, but for road tunnels they can go up and down hills, it's fine. That should be doable. Lots of concrete needed to get the cement plant in place. Looks like we exported all the steel. Although I had more loading stations, more train cars. It might have exported a bunch of steel and then the material train came in and tried to pick up steel to fill the storages. And the steel mill is still undergoing machine replacement because why not? It might be a good idea to have a maintenance construction office here with some more more covered hull trucks. Hello Shaoyashu, welcome. Because the material deliveries are a little bit slow. It's also probably because I'm using, well, the maintenance offices are basically being used to build as well. They're doing both. No steel production right now. You look like you need some repairs done. You're at 68% wear and tear. Why aren't you getting repaired? Go get some repairs, man. Same for you, like, why aren't you being repaired? You're not getting repaired. Maybe it's because I'm not repairing the tunnel boring machine and that's why the other ones aren't being repaired either? Weird. I should continue upgrading this road as well. Been doing that a little bit every now and then. Now that we have running water here, it's not going to be a problem upgrading that section in one go. And then we'll do that long section after. I am tempted to try some shenanigans with the radio, with the TV station. Like we could run let some of these houses run themselves empty of like citizens, highly educated citizens. That's what I get for talking about like about TV shenanigans that catches fire immediately. But like the idea is to let some of these run themselves out of workers. And then I tell them to send workers all the way to the TV station only. And get like a bunch of highly educated people from, as like migrants, and that might then also start boosting loyalty. That way I might be able to skip out on the whole idea of having to have the loyalty boosting research. So we will let these houses run empty. That's like 100 highly educated people, which is more than enough to run the TV station. Then we'll hire migrants and let that one run out again. Like always new migrants, like just constantly trying to boost like the loyalty. Right now we're losing loyalty because while they might be happy, the people working in here have a loyalty less than 50%. So this time I'm not getting any loyalty tech. We're gonna try and get this positive loyalty spiral going without any of that research. No propaganda. We're just getting people who are actually naturally loyal. And I might have to have a house where at some point like we are getting fairly low to like how much loyalty we're getting, then I have to move them over to that building and hire new people. So we have to like constantly shift people around. Which means I need another building that I then can move them into, which holds about 100 people. I guess it could be these two. We'll let those run empty too. And they shouldn't be too close to the radio station, because once they've like used up all of their loyalty, they need to go further away. Could set up a new house, but let's make it this flat. Let's let that one run itself out. And then we can hopefully move the people away from here. There's another house with highly educated people that could theoretically send people to work in the radio station and the TV station, but I hope we can flood that with just local workers. I guess I can tell them to work like in any other building, and then TV station is like the last of them. So they will try and go anywhere else, which includes like going to the train station, going to the cableway stations. So that way the highly educated people in here should not go to the TV station, which right now is a bit of a problem, but I think the workers in this area should be able to manage things. I don't know if I have another house that isn't walking distance with a load of highly educated people. I think that's the only one. Don't think you can make your way all the way to the... Nope. And I don't think you can either. Okay, that's what we're gonna try and do. How we will try and boost our loyalty. We're gonna have to spend money instead of research points, but... And it's also going to be like susceptible to like a collapse, where if it goes back into a negative spiral, it's gonna be hard to recover. But I want to try it. One more construction task for the railroad. Then the train station itself. We have meat on the network, potentially for exports, probably not. I do limit my meat production in the Republic to domestic demand only. But cement, I think we can do. Let me get the utility distribution office that we have somewhere and bring the cement trucks over. We should wait until production is actually running, otherwise it doesn't really work. Tons of concrete needed also for the quarried stone storage. So much concrete. Is the concrete plant fine? Yes, but might be struggling for cement with how much like load we're putting on it. I guess it all has to be built. It's fine. Did you clear your schedule issue? Like, are you clear of your route problem now? Nope, you still have it. Well, I assume once you get assigned to like a delivery task, it's gonna go away, but it might be like only displaying the last warning message, but doesn't realize that it's not really applicable anymore, which is fine. Can we make this flat? Maybe. So the quarry doesn't like stick up into the air. I don't know if the quarry will adapt its height. Probably not. Maybe the excavator will. Maybe it'll do it when it finishes construction. I could just rebuild it. That's fine. Theoretically, we could run up to 2 routes off of each of these into the unloading station. And yeah, if we have a constant draw, it makes a lot of sense to do that, because then quarry stone will always be able to be dumped into those. But I have room for 2 more unloading stations, so theoretically we could run up to 8 quarries here with that logic. So much concrete. Low priority on the cement silo. Finish the cement plant and the other local buildings first, because we can use the cement from the cement silo, from the cement plant to build the cement silo by running it through our concrete plant. I've set it to like 1 second in the end station instead of 0, because I know they will refuel, which will take time. And 1 is easier to hit when you're on WAs and D instead of 0, so it doesn't really make any difference. I was considering splitting up this storage into like 2 separate warehouses, where the warehouse we're looking at right now would just be for food. And then we would have an external warehouse for all the other resources, because they don't need to be delivered as quickly to shopping centers. So there would be another like train line going somewhere with a warehouse. The distribution offices would have to drive outside. But right now the supply is still fine. And the area is also making its own food, so in an emergency I can just go and pick up food directly from the food factory. And this is basically its own extra storage of the area. Sovskoy is like the last settlement that will die if something goes wrong with the Republic. What did you do, video? YouTube just messing with my music. Unbelievable. Looks like the processing plant is almost done. We're limited on steel, I guess. Is the maintenance of the steel mill done? Yep. Good. So we're producing again at least. It's going to take a bit until the storage starts filling. Over the warning message. And the distribution train bringing construction materials everywhere will of course also constantly drain it, but that's okay. just spontaneously deciding to slap down a cement plant, because why not? Paving of this is making good progress. Rail construction will be slower, but like I said, we can build and plan for the train platform and the fire station before the train tracks are actually done, which we kind of have to do. I really should get the resource overlay researched. I mean, I do have a spare tech point. I could throw that in right now. We have 6 from free tech, 4 from population, and 5 from settlements now. So we have 15. And 14 are used. It's also considering the pollution monitoring station, but I think we went for the pollution reduction blindly instead. Who knows, we might even discover like bauxite in nearby, or uranium. Could be a nice like bit of extra export. Sure, let's go for the geological mapping, so I know what iron, coal and oil deposits we have without like looking around. Maybe we'll find something in the vicinity. That means we have our research points fully utilized. Rail construction here hasn't kept going just yet because I set them all to like repair, I guess. Why aren't you getting repaired? Shouldn't these be repaired by like the repair station and just repair trucks driving to them? That's strange. Let me set the tunnel boring machine to repair at like 90% wear and see if it then works, because then it would be a bug. Oh, I'm an idiot. I know why. The repair station is not set to repair any rail vehicles. That is on me. There we go. It's working. As easy as that. Just like, oh yeah, we're not ever going to repair trains here. By the way, we're going to have a rail construction office in the area. Oh, there we go. Hello Toy Solo, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Quarry is up. Fuel deliveries to the individual quarries are a bit awkward. Like taking up a lot of space on the distribution office, but what can you do? Don't think it's updated. Maybe it did. Quartz stone into unloading. There we go. Hey, I'm French, don't speak English. I understand you. It no one problem. See your stream. Thank you. Glad you understand it. Oh, just watch a ton of stream, don't talk. That is fine. Enjoy the stream. Have a good day. So now we have 2 quarried stone deliveries for a single truck bringing it to the gravel processing plant. But the route on the processing plant is much shorter. Just gotta wait for it to be built. No road cranes. Let's split up the road cranes a bit, make it more efficient to build up our new buildings. Looks like the construction train has been repaired, so now the repair station can start working on the other 2. Takes a lot of workers, but oh, these ones only take 12. Another benefit for the more modern version. The old rail construction vehicle takes 20 workers. Or I guess it accepts up to 20 workers. Maybe it also repairs a lot quicker. All vehicles across the map repair at 30%. Buildings, entire map, show me wear and tear. Is anything going up? Yes, the substation at the oil well. Let's get that maintained. Oh, that's in Sovskoy. I guess that's fine. These dumps are also set for maintenance. We're just building a lot of other things, so hold on. And the last thing we need to worry about is how we get people to the production facility, because right now they can't reach, and that would be an underground footpath. Easiest way to solve things. I mean, I guess we could also make them, like, walk along the asphalt road. Then they would have to walk across. That's a bit much. footpath will be necessary. Tunnel. Not enough for the gravel processing. Now we can reach the gravel processing, but not the plant anymore, so it has to be back the other direction a little bit more. I guess facing that way might be the way to get both. Still not enough. Why not? It's 370 meters direct. Oh, the gravel processing is out of range again. That's 382 meters. We got like 18 meters to spare. I thought if I placed it here it would be fine, but that shouldn't be more than 18 meters, should it? Maybe with the sharper angled footpath it will work from that side now. I guess I could also put in asphalt footpaths. Thank you. Thankfully money isn't critical anymore because we have our own power plant, but it's still good to not have to pay the extra excess interest, so thank you. Okay, we might use asphalt footpaths here then. Oh no, we can reach both. Okay. That will work. Could still use asphalt footpaths to make things a little bit faster to walk on. I don't know. If they can reach it, it's fine. Processing plant is done. We're loading quarried stone from here and bringing it into the processing plant. Single truck. For now. But I think a single truck will be also the final setup. %, where the rail distribution office vehicles also weren't getting repaired. But they're reaching their wear and tear right now where they're supposed to get repaired, and we're not behind schedule. Send some road cranes to the other construction sites that are slightly more important at the moment. Oh yeah, we also need the train track for the other loading. For the unloading of coal, otherwise this whole thing won't work. Okay, that'll do the aggregate unloading for the coal. Does the Siberia map have any good areas for large-scale farming, or is it taken in by city spots? This is the Siberia map. This is a massive oil field. Currently all of the... well, look at this. This looks like there might be some space here. This is what it looks like. Not really prime farming territory, I would say. The largest area is, I guess, this one, and we found out that this is a pretty big oil field. We need to extract oil to keep the fuel price down. And we might also go towards like having an oil refinery for domestic fuel production to pick up on our fuel off of. So the fuel distribution to the cities might be handled by a distribution office, rail distribution office. Or we just send a large train out with like some train cars filled with bitumen, some with fuel, and just jumping between the major cities to unload and keep the fuel storages filled. Oh, you say? Think your Soviet Republic might need a little bit of freedom. No, we're good, thank you. Oh, Dragos Prime. Four more deliveries of concrete by truck to the quarried stone aggregate storage. And then they can start filling that up. Freedom intensifies. No freedom. We're good here. We're already free. Thank you. Look at our happiness climbing. Speaking of, I will have to bring in the moderators soon. Which was the other building that I wanted to empty out. This one, right? Yeah. We need room for 90 people to relocate and then get a bunch of like foreign migrants with high loyalty and make them work in the TV station. And hope to boost our loyalty in the Republic that way. And keep doing that over and over again. We need a positive loyalty spiral. In addition to the positive happiness and culture enjoyment. Ooh, loyalty is coming up now. And happiness is skyrocketing. Well, loyalty isn't going to come up that much anyway, because I don't think we're going to get to 50. How big is the television output so far? It seems good. I don't think it's running at the full output until we get the migrants, because I am restricting the amount of workers in here right now. I'm expecting to see about like a % of loyalty gain at most once I get the migrants. I won't be able to separate them out between like who's loyal and who isn't loyal, so they will all work in here. But I guess we'll find out once I get migrants. Haven't done a dedicated playthrough of this in a while. It wasn't 40% the lowest you want your loyalty to be. On hard citizen reactions, getting over 35% is an effort. I mean, if you have 50% and higher, then those workers and other facilities will have a positive loyalty impact on them, but usually you can't get that far in a nation like this fast enough to make like a positive loyalty spiral happen. We'll try it through media without the propaganda research. I'm gonna save myself those tech points and see if I can make it work regardless. And we'll keep doing that. Get new migrants, make sure they like work in the TV station as long as possible to propagate their happiness for being in the Republic. And once the loyalty gain goes like below, I don't know, plus 0.3%, we're gonna move them to a building that is further away and get new migrants. And then just try and keep like the loyalty gain up until it's like self-propagating. Once you have like a % of loyalty gain, usually they get loyal more than they like lose loyalty in the Republic. We'll see. Maybe the TV station is like good enough right away. I haven't used the TV station in a long time, but I figured I wanted the new TV station instead of the radio station because the radio station is a very, very large building comparatively. More people have radio than TV, but I only really care about the people who want to get a TV, who are probably the higher educated citizens. And that's why I think this is fine. That's what we're doing. But yeah, 40% loyalty and lower. It will happen. You will just have to deal with low loyalty in general. And then use monuments to like keep it at least over 30%. Otherwise productivity will suffer a lot. Well, we can't always have what we want. And right now I want to have loyalty without propaganda. And for that I need people who haven't lived here for a while and are unafflicted by any of the downsides and are not like in a downwards mood spiral already. We need fresh ideas, we need new people. If I had a secret police, I don't think we would have anyone like be over 50% loyalty. Because then I could set these houses to only allow people with 50% loyalty in, but the game says that if I don't know the loyalty of someone, anyone's allowed. And that doesn't really... I don't like that. I would like to have very restrictive housing. Let's see, maybe we can start emptying out these flats. There might be more free flats available elsewhere. Not that many. Maybe in other settlements. Let's leave that overlay open. Everything's pretty much filled. We could spend a research point on like reducing birth rate and then wait until some houses free themselves up. I wonder if high birth rate actually has like the downside of like overpopulation, and then you get like a happiness and loyalty decrease because no one can find what they want. I wonder if low birth rate could be like, usually developed countries have like a lower birth rate and are happier with that because they don't have to worry about like children dying and like retirement options and stuff like that they have to worry about. I don't know what the game attaches to like lowering the birth rate, if that has like a benefit for your republic if you do that research. I kind of want to test that. I might have to spend a research point on that. Completely out of the blue. Lower the birth rate of the Republic. But that would be like after we get this ball rolling with the loyalty, I believe. Let me disable new people moving into these 3 houses, so we can empty these ones out faster. We'll turn 2 of them back on later. Good progress on the footpath. Couple workers, and then finally the quarried stone production can spring to life. This is gravel. This is coal. Yep. How's the housing looking? Slowly freeing up space, very slowly. I could make them so upset that they will leave the Republic by just like moving them back and forth, but maybe not a good idea while they're still working in the TV station. Come on, worker deliveries, please. 16 workers will finish it. Cargo train station, meat and cement. Alright, go on, start working. Finally. And now we're just missing the workers in the gravel processing facility, for which we will need the footpath to be done. Shouldn't take too long. One of the buildings has 10 people left, 13 people, and the other one a couple more. $20-day coal price reduction. I really kind of want to do like a run that just does trading. It's probably going to fail horribly because like I don't know if you can make a profit margin, but based on the notifications on the of the market. Oh, nearly in the 1990s, I see, almost out of the tutorial. Yes, hello Saddledeer. We are refusing to modernize. Everything is still low-tech and early start. There's no real modern vehicle past 1960 here, except for the tunnel boring machine. But I am not allowed to repair that one, so I have to keep rebuying them as used vehicles. How are you doing? So, used tunnel boring machine? No. Never mind. Reject modernity, embrace traditionalism. Tradition, yeah. I mean, that's basically what we're doing. I like the early start industry setup, like, because it's like more rough. Like the gravel, it's like more difficult because you don't have an input connection on this. So you have to go with the old school quarried stone into like a storage to then have like a more optimized processing that's still going to be very slow, but like 27 tons of gravel per workday is I guess the most we're going to get. For a cement plant that's going to be way too little, but we can adjust. Run the cement plant at like 10% of its capacity. I wish there was an old school cement plant made out of bricks instead. This thing out of concrete is eating up a lot of deliveries of resources. There might be mods for that. Yeah, but I don't know if the mods are going to be balanced, so I'll wait until maybe some of them make their way to the game itself. And until then, I'll just deal with the challenge, I guess. If I start using mods, then I don't know if the challenge is still right. Ugh, it's a little bit ugly, but I guess it'll do. There's not that many trains coming here. For meat, cement, I guess the majority will be coal deliveries. Just the fact that like making gravel is more difficult makes it so much more fun. Because usually most mods are like, oh yeah, let's add more factory connections so you can just have conveyors between everything. Quite a few of them are fairly nicely balanced, some not so much, yeah. There's like different approaches to like, what do you want from a mod? Do you want like usability, convenience, or do you want something that's actually appropriate for the era? Not just aesthetically, but also like functionality wise. Siberia map, permanent winter for 7 months, is very, very white. But at least I was able to color in the houses, so they break up the monotony of the settlement a bit. Unfortunately, the train station doesn't have any textures. And then somewhere once balanced, but stuff has changed since then. Yeah. Once you start relying on mods, things can like change from update to update. Like if a building never was adapted to like use water and sewage, then of course it's not going to be balanced with the later versions of the game. I guess I could have transported coal from the heating plant storage, but we're not going to do that. That's way too risky. Alright, all resources for the footpath tunnel have been brought here. Now it just needs to finish construction. Can let the people walk here directly from the cableway. I wonder why the footpath tunnels don't allow for road cranes, but the footpath tunnel itself does. Maybe it would be too fast to set up like a network of footpath tunnels, I don't know. But the fact that you can build the tunnel before the stairs have been built is a little bit strange. Removing coal from the heating plant is playing with fire, quite literally. Yeah. Of course. Alright, let's get geological mapping and find out where the resources actually are. Because there's a large oil field we're heading towards. That setup's gonna be difficult. I'm planning to start a settlement 11 kilometers away from the customs house, about 4 kilometers away from the closest settlement. And I think the first building I'm gonna build is like a train station, train platform, and a fire station. I don't think train platforms can catch fire, but I don't remember. Don't know if this train platform can actually catch fire. Because if it can, then it could be quite devastating to my attempt to consistently provide fire protection to the area by having a train station where workers get delivered. Those steel deliveries were quick. Concrete deliveries not so much. I kind of wish the game had like a setting where trains can't auto-flip, so they would always preserve their direction of travel. And then you would have to set up like a Y where they can reverse into to like turn around. Well, that's probably a lot of overhead for something that not a lot of people want. The concrete plant itself makes 60 tons. Oh, not concrete plant, I need cement plant. The cement plant makes 81 tons of cement for using 210 tons of gravel a day. We are going to produce at most 27. So we're probably going to run it at like 20% capacity so it can deal with fluctuations, but we're restricted on how much gravel we can output into the building. Which means it needs like 4 tons of coal every day for full production, which is fine. Footpath tunnel done on one side, other side also almost done. And then people will finally walk to the gravel processing. Alright, people. Make some quarried stone into gravel, please. We're also testing if we can boost loyalty without a propaganda research. By running a TV station, which boosts happiness quite a lot, but loyalty had a bit of a dip. But productivity didn't seem to be affected too much. Productivity actually started to go up now. We need to get to that 50% loyalty margin to start bringing everything in line. Alright, one of the houses is done. I guess I will tell this one the same thing, like, don't send people to the TV station, and this one will get migrants now. My god, this is gonna be expensive. Alright, this will drain our coffers a bit. You work in the TV station only. No other buildings. I assume the loyalty will start going up now, as we phase out the old workers, the ones with like low loyalty, and only the ones with high loyalty should remain. We have to maybe also set people to not walk to the TV station from the train station. Because if a train arrives here full of workers, they would also walk and work in the TV station, and we can't have that. Same for the cableway cars, like if they bring workers back. Shouldn't really happen for the coal mine setup, but the food factory setup technically could have that happen. Are you in range? You're not in range, okay. So I guess it's only this one. Other buildings, never the TV station. I only want one set of workers in here, and I want to have positive loyalty. Come on, we can go over and get a positive loyalty spiral going. Stop with the negativity. There's still some people arriving here, with maybe on this bus stop? Yes, this bus stop too. No one into the TV station. Stay out of there. Always with the negative waves, man. Yep. We have to make sure only the right people work here. Oh my god. Minus 2% loyalty. There's way too many people here. Why is this full now? Why are there so many people in here now? Shouldn't be. Okay, I will allow you to work elsewhere, but only if you don't find a job in the TV station. Might have gotten a lot of workers from the train station that made this drop. Once we're going into the positive, then the whole thing will work. But yeah, only then. It's looking good. Oh. It looks like the negativity has been eliminated from the TV station. Now, can we get a positive loyalty gain going, please? And also this building needs to be emptied out, so we can get more migrants. I'm spending money to fix the loyalty situation. At least the loyalty drop will be a lot less from the impact of the TV station now. But it's still not positive, which is unfortunate. I guess I can... One thing I learned is that culture enjoyment has a lot of loyalty impact, negative one. So if I bring this one down and instead like we're gonna do sports all the time, we will have our positive loyalty gain. And loyalty will be more important right now. I forgot about that. We need to get rid of the culture enjoyment. There we go. We got some positivity. It's a sports channel now. Yeah, that will definitely work. Especially once the other buildings like also change to highly loyal citizens, migrants. We can double that and like get the positive loyalty spiral going fairly quickly. I just need to make sure we relocate them quickly. Let me disallow people moving into Kirirov, and we'll relocate the highly educated people into that settlement instead. Ice hockey, every day, all the day. I think it's ice bathing, competitive ice bathing. That's what they're doing. I have you know. I think the villages will run out of workers a little bit quicker. Also prevent people. I guess the city itself. Yeah, Bogudansk. Let's disallow people from moving in there. That should like empty out like 45 flat spaces rather quickly. That we can then relocate people into. I'm not going to do the village. That's a bit much, a bit risky. But the city should probably be doable. If we get over 0.81%, we should have a positive loyalty spiral. That actually begs the question. I wonder if there is an ice hockey ring mod that's only usable during winter. I think it would be cool if the outdoor pool would flip to like ice hockey mode in winter. Because the outdoor pool could just freeze over, and if it's like built the way where it could support it and then just like still support like sports enjoyment during winter as well. I know that like a regular pool wouldn't support that because it would just break from the expanding ice, but it could be made to work. Okay. Bunch of houses freeing up. We will need like a few more flats before that is manageable. Alright, you run at like 10%. We're gonna have like 5 workers in here at most. 20%-ish. Gravel is being produced, and the thing that's missing is coal deliveries. So we need the unloading station and the train line, both of which are nearing completion. Very good. And then the cement output storage, of course, as well. Oh, there's already a road train heading this way. Oh yeah, I missed that one. Looks like 2 quarries are enough, probably. Oh yeah, the waste storages, I forgot about those too. Waste storages, of course. Filter out the construction waste. We can bring that to a train station. I guess we'll have a single shared storage between the both of them. Out here. Or is there a footpath up there that we could hook up to? Not really. This will be fine. Let me know when it's done. Train line is connected. Just the construction of the unloading station, and then the distribution office can bring the coal here. There's a few free flats. $20 more. And then the house is empty and we can get on with things. Oh, there's 14 free here. Looks like we're almost ready. Oh, we're all ready. Excellent. You can have people move in again. This one we won't let people move in because we're going to use that one for relocation of the migrants if they become too disloyal. Bugogodonsk can have people move into any flat again. And we'll get some more migrants, which can work in the TV station. Priority TV station. That looks very good. It looks like it's going to be a nice loyalty boost. I'm not sure if we're gonna have to get some more migrants. Like, they might wear themselves out, like, providing that much. It's not propaganda, we don't have propaganda, but like them being accepted into the Republic, the happiness might wear out at some point. Well, that's good. That is nice. So I'm expecting to see a spike in loyalty. We're already at 35%, but that's due to migration. So the average went up. But the growth should be like persistent. It should continue going up. Because it's like going to propagate itself over to other citizens. And once we get over like 1%, 1.5%, then we can bring back culture enjoyment to boost happiness and culture enjoyment across the Republic again. We could also improve education strength or run anti-religious propaganda. I don't think they lower loyalty, but culture enjoyment sure does. Train station is up. Let's get the rail distribution office involved. Unload coal at 50%. I could have another processing plant on that side, but then I would have to drive the gravel into the storage. I don't want to do that. Let's see when the distribution office finds some time to deliver coal. Might be exporting construction waste. It's loading coal right now. Unloading coal, yeah. Seems fine. Next trip will probably be the coal towards the cement plant. And then I should be able to relocate the vehicles from the utility distribution office that is currently doing that for us. It's only the cement now. I'm going to copy those tasks over to the new cement one and bring all the vehicles here. No more meat. No more customs. 2 concrete plants, Sovskoy and Bugodonsk. And maybe Bugodonsk gets a local storage at some point, so deliveries will be a little bit more efficient. We have to wait until the cement storage is ready. I mean, I could also load from the train station, but might as well load from the cement storage directly once it's built. Still no train heading here. I guess it's heading back to the distribution office. Or picked something more important to do. It's still heading back. And right out, another aggregate unloading station for coal, and this time it's the right one, and then cement can be made. That means that the cement deliveries to Sovskoy are going to be a lot faster, and the ones to Bugodonsk might be a bit slowed down. We spent a lot of money on hiring migrants, 1.2 million. But we also didn't make a lot of money this month. So yeah, right now we would be spending a lot of money to improve the loyalty of people by just continuously bringing in more and more migrants. But unlike on the infrastructure run, this time I made sure that hopefully there's not like any wrong workers walking into the TV station. And the loyalty boost might be a bit more thorough. I think it's better to just have people with high loyalty than like make sure it's filled. Unless you get the propaganda tech, then just cram it full of workers and run propaganda and it should be fine. And the cement plant is making cement very, very quickly. Could be exporting. If we get over, I don't know, 50% on the storage, I guess we could be exporting, yeah. We're sending cement to customs. If this gets over 50%. Until we need this to distribute cement around and meat around the Republic, then we have to turn those off. But right now we can run it as an export, basically, because there's no rail transport of meat and cement happening at the moment. Problem. We have construction waste polluting our waste here now. Because of this whole industry that wasn't really planned for that. Crap. Well, we're gonna have to fix that after we get the construction waste filtered out of this. Yep. I guess that is a thing. Just plop a new industry down and it's fine, right? Well, it will be. Soon. I will need a bunch of trucks to clear out these waste storages from construction waste and finish the construction of this quickly to make sure we can filter things correctly. This is gonna also produce a bunch of construction waste, yeah. Do I have any spare ones? We have some Russo bolts. I don't know why we have those, but... Wait. In a depot. Okay. I mean, these are large waste trucks, but they're not gonna stay here. They're gonna go into the scrapyard. I'm gonna get some YAG waste trucks instead. And we'll fix things. Get 4 of them. It's fine. And yeah, the coal consumption is going to be minimal in the area. It's mostly going to be gravel. Looks like the truck is doing okay. Like, I don't think we need a second one. It's a little bit of downtime here. I mean, I guess there's not a full complement of workers here most of the time. It should be okay, I think. Oh yeah, these houses will run themselves empty and then we just repopulate them. And if the loyalty drop is like below 0. Or like the loyalty gain is below 0.3, 0.2, at that point we might have to get some new migrants. Oh wow, the road construction is already done. Well then, Let me move the terraforming vehicles in, I guess. And also bring some fuel here, because apparently we need that. We'll also have to build a gas station along the path, in range of a maintenance office. Shouldn't be a problem. And we got a resource map mode researched. Very excellent. Let's see, what did I want to do? I wanted to get the terraforming vehicles over, and I wanted to have fuel be delivered. Let's wait until the fuel is there, otherwise they might just drive back again. Can one of your viewers write? Because I don't understand spoken English. What are the projects? What are the projects? I don't know. Developing towards development 2 is our current project, I guess. They're gonna be driving back because of lack of fuel. It might just be in range where they can refuel, which would be unfortunate. Yep. Oh well. Let them do that. Cement trucks you can pick up from here. I'm sure the concrete plant is out of cement right now. And that's why we're not getting any concrete anymore. But yeah, this was a little bit of a mess up. We have to get that construction waste out of all the waste storages and fix it. Once the waste storage is in place, then we can have construction waste be dumped in here instead. At that point, we'll empty out these buildings. Make sure the incinerator is also getting emptied out, because otherwise the mixed waste in that building will hold more construction waste in the future. And last but not least, when all of these buildings are clean and the construction waste is being handled by its own storage, then we'll empty out these 3 storages once and make sure that no construction waste is left in them. But first, the waste storage has to be built. Now that the concrete plant has cement again, it will work. Do we need a rural meat distribution office? I mean, I guess it's like this city and the nearby city of Burodonsk. Concrete has been delivered, some prefab panels and steel. And the waste storage will be ready. The quarries also don't have their own waste storage, so we also have to empty these out. They have stopped production because of lack of mixed waste handling. There's no technical service that can reach them right now. The waste here will be not clean, I don't think. I need a waste separation. This is a bit of a mess. So the lone incinerator is not going to cut it anymore. The way it has been devised. Just slapping down the quarry and all the production here was not the wisest choices, but it's something that we should be able to clean up over time. Let's see. Send all the trucks out, get the waste out of the buildings and see if they have residual construction waste in the mixed waste or not. Because they might, and then this whole incinerator thing can, like, requires a rework. Or we just transport it all up to the steel mill. I guess that would be fine too. That would probably be way easier. Just like from here, after incineration, just carry it up there. Not to the local dumps anymore. Get rid of these. We incinerate it once and then bring it to the waste separation. So it reduces like transportation. We deal with most of the waste locally. Construction waste will have to be transported by the technical service directly up there. Okay, I mean, that pretty much does that. I guess I don't have to worry about these then. I kind of want to filter out the construction waste though, so we don't have to transport it through the incinerator setup. At least like for the majority of it. Oh, maybe it's clean. Maybe it'll work. There's no construction waste in here yet. Maybe we don't have to do that then. It depends on what the waste will look like for the quarries. I guess I can check, because we already have one. There's a little bit of residual construction waste in here. I wonder if that's just from the beginning when I didn't have a storage for it. I can test that. But yeah, maybe it will continue working. Maybe it is functional the way it's set up right now. Because there's no construction waste making its way in here. And that is hooked up to the gravel processing and the cement plant. I guess maybe only the mines have that, where there's like such a large volume that they just can't really keep everything like filtered out the right way. Okay, that looks pretty good. But for now you will have to run the distribution of the waste up to the other building instead of the local dumps until we have everything cleared and cleaned. So you will have to wait a bit. Prohibit waste disposal until we figure out if it will work or not. I'll make that test over here. You know, you could also transport the mixed waste away from these buildings after. Help with that distribution a bit. There's still construction waste in the incinerator. That one we have to empty out. We have to basically empty it out from the source to the destination. So first all the source buildings, then the intermediate incinerator, and then the waste dumps last. Because if we empty out the waste dumps and then the incinerator and then the source buildings, they will probably dump more stuff through the system and keep polluting our destination buildings that way. It's dropping a little bit low with the loyalty, but I guess it's just fluctuating, trying to find like workplaces, and sometimes they go elsewhere. Loyalty is at 36, so this is working. If we're already raising our loyalty after migration, then we can use this to bring our republic up to what it should be. Just have to see if we have to get more migrants for this or not. Okay. So I believe we will come out after a short road tunnel here instead. Alright. We got our cement storage. The building internal storage will be for the local distribution of cement, but the other one is for export. And that's fine. We're exporting if we have more than 700 tons, which is a lot. Missing coal ore means that our mine doesn't have enough coal output. I'll up the amount by another 30 workers and see if it fixes itself. We still have enough coal, so the coal ore deficit is not hindering us, but I want to make sure we have an overflow of everything. Does an oil well or uranium mine in this game produce infinite? Yes. Resources out of the ground are infinite. Could have a village here. Could have a village here. Okay. We'll build up to that point. Oh, not enough highly educated people working at the courthouse anymore because, well, all of them have been relocated to work elsewhere. And the ones locally, this one hasn't been prioritized to work in the court. Now that should fix it again. Make sure we have enough judges.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
How's the pollution, the waste situation? That one has been built. Let's see. I guess we can test it right here because they're just going to immediately dump in this. Looks like it's pure construction waste as well, so looks like everything will be in place to continue working the way it's already set up. Which is good. Where are the other trucks? I guess I didn't give them like a line to go back to the depot after. They were only really supposed to run once. Clean. Also clean. This is clean, no construction waste in it. Construction waste filtered out perfectly. We have to make sure we empty out these and then extend the range of the technical service to also encompass the waste production up here, but only once we have emptied those out with a few truck routes. You know what? No waste disposal right now. And I might even drive the excavators into storage for now, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit awkward to try and get these to like clean up properly. Let's do that. Because they'll keep producing as we try and like empty out the waste storage, and then it's just going to thin out the construction waste instead of like 4 trucks once completely emptying out the waste storage and then it's done. You know what? You could help with this. Also, since we will have more production in the area, why don't you start emptying these out partially, 4 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 Why are you not able to load the waste from them? I guess it's only handled by technical service. Oh well. Technical service or direct route. Sure. Well then the technical service I guess could help. Because we can make this one pick up the waste and run it through the incinerator, and the distribution office will carry it away. And yes, I guess the trucks have to go into storage too, otherwise no one can drive there. Yep, need the terraforming vehicles further forward, otherwise we can't keep doing stuff. So we have to build up to this point and then relocate them. Looks better. They are already down at 20%, it'll be fine. The warning message will disappear soon. Loyalty looks kind of bad. I guess I'll just let them work for a little bit longer. We're gonna have to get up there with just migrants, and we have to spend 1.5 million rubles per 1% or 2% of loyalty gain, then we have to do that. We should be able to afford that. Okay, that leaves one waste pickup each. This also still has to be cleaned up. Let's do the source buildings first, like I said. Cancel that. We need the destination to be still there. Go here and here. Load waste. And also the incinerator. I think that once these quarries have been cleared up, then the source buildings are clean, as in cement plant, gravel quarry, and gravel production processing. Plus all the storages for their waste have been set correctly. The technical service will definitely have to have 2 extra vehicles to make sure they always transport the construction waste away from here efficiently. But we have 4 trucks right now that are running around, and 2 of them can make their way into the building after. Okay, looks like it's clean. Waste disposal is now allowed. Now we just have to have the technical service make sure it is in range, which it is. That means these vehicles can go back. Internal storages are clean. And this should not produce any construction waste. If the aggregate storage for coal for the cement plant ever runs empty, something has gone horribly wrong before that already. That shouldn't really happen. Okay, the waste for the incinerator is also clean now. Just pure ash again. So after we clean up the dumps, the distribution office can put the waste back into the dumps instead. And then it only needs like 2 trucks pretty much. That will fix the waste situation in the area. Now if we had the same situation as we do with the mines, where there's always some tiny amount of construction waste making its way into the mixed waste, then we would have had to set up a different version with a waste separation, or just bring the waste up here always after incinerating. So we, would have done that instead. Gotten rid of the dumps and just rerouted it from the incinerator back to the waste separation facility. So we need to run these trucks one more time and empty out these storages of their construction waste. Is that enough with 4 trucks? This will require 2. This will require 1 and a little. This will require 2, so they have to run that more than once. Unless I use the distribution office to help with the removal. No, I'll run it more than once, it's fine. We'll put the vehicle storage here in preparation for once the terraforming vehicles can make their way up here. Just have to finish the construction of the tunnel and the road. The more things we produce domestically, the less we have to import, and the better our finances will be. The big one's going to be the electronics though. That's going to come back to haunt us at some point, but it is restricted, And if the higher educated citizens can get there first before the people from villages have to have their like share, I'm all for it. We did unlock the overlay for resources for coal, iron and oil. Let's take a look. Yes. There was coal here too. I didn't even realize. I guess I saw it, but I was like, it's such low quality, yeah. This one I was like, oh yeah, we can have a city right next to a coal mine, and then this one was like, oh yeah, even better quality. And then I was like, pollution is too risky. So this one was the mother lode, very high quality, lots and lots of coal still available here. But like with one coal mine, 95% quality, I don't know if we need any more. Iron. Oh yeah, we hit the iron deposit. There's also iron next to the Sovskoy settlement. On the hill I found that one, on development 3. So that could be an iron mine. Other than that, some iron over here. Not bad. Oil field, I'm assuming this is going to be the mother lode. Oh my god. I guess the road I'm building right now, I haven't even checked that. Looks like the road is all oil too. What the hell? Oh god, it's gonna be a massive oil field along that road. I guess we could pick up and build like oil pumps and stretch out an oil pipeline. This is too steep for a harbor. This is too steep. I think this would work. This would work. So much oil. I haven't even checked that. What the hell? There's oil all around here. From Kirirov to the new settlement. Completely full of oil. That means we would kind of need like fire stations along that route. Settlement here. Bus route of workers back and forth between the two settlements, unloading at like fire stations along the route. That could work, just having fire stations next to... I guess I wouldn't even need water, sewage or anything. They will just work. A little bit of a blind crest corner here. Let's modify that a little bit. I think that's safer. Mind the rock slide, I guess. Could put a small fence here to like catch rocks and stuff like that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves with detailing roads. And this place could hold a settlement, yeah, I guess. Settlement here, development 2 could be a settlement, and then the development of the oil field and the next city. I guess a settlement on the road would not really require a construction material storage if it's that close. And this would hold another gas station. It should be in range of the repair station if we increase its range. But then it will also cover the industry partially. I mean, 3 kilometers, guess that would be fine. Set it to more workers and it'll do its thing. It won't assign itself too many vehicles anyway. That's depending on how many workers are working in there. It's just that the vehicles will have to drive very far. And I would like for them to not have to deal with whatever is in the city. Does 2,500 meters work? 2,500 meters also works. So maybe 2,000 meters will work for this settlement, and we can avoid the stuff inside the city. This is like going to be a very, very small settlement. Might not even be enough for a research point and purpose, like I said, like fire station, gas station. And it will not have a rail connection. The people will have to be brought over to Kirirov. Unless I want to build a train station here where they walk down to the train station to like get onto the passing train. That would be kind of hilarious, actually. Passenger train station where they drive through in one direction. It's kind of on the wrong side though. I would have to flatten the ground and then they would have to go across the tracks and onto the train station. What if I plan for that train station on that route to be like part of the track? I know I've already started building here, but let me pause that. It's only 200 meters, 300 meters. It should be here though. We would have to demolish these train tracks again and then plan for the railroad to go through a train station. Now that I've made up my mind that this should have a train station here. Okay, the vehicles are back. We have to adjust the route. Depot is the last stop. Pick up from these dumps. Construction waste. And bring it to the construction waste storage next to our steel mill. We'll have to run that route twice. Okay, TV station is still struggling. Loyalty is still at 36. This is gonna be a long-term project trying to get up to high loyalty. It is dipping now. We need to move our people out and I think relocate them to get fresh citizens with new ideas. I think their loyalty has already dipped too much. Not sure why. I don't have enough room in that building just yet. I guess I'll allow people to not move in Bogdansk for a while. And once we have enough room to relocate them, then I'll get new migrants with new happy ideas. Maybe it's just a loyalty dip for winter. We got a nice rise, but yeah, it's like struggling to keep up. The TV station also doesn't really have a monument for itself, for the workplace that the people are like enjoying here. So I might need a monument just for that. And I guess the cableway station, why not? That should have it in range. We'll get a monument up here. Maybe the workers in the TV station had their loyalty drop too quickly because of lack of monument. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. I don't know their loyalty. So we're a small settlement here with a train station, and then I guess I have to plan all the other train stations into the route as well. Coal will have to be transported by a single truck off of Kirarov. And I hope that's enough. Like I said, the settlement might be so small it doesn't even have like... what if we just draw a heating pipe? The settlement will be so small it might not even provide a research point. One heat pumping station for a small heating pipe sounds too dangerous. We're not going to do that. Heating plant is more reliable. I guess we could also use the rural distribution office to bring coal to this area into a local storage. That would be a lot more reliable. So I'll probably have to have another train station here, if I have to take a guess, if this also becomes a settlement. Right on the network. Heating, housing, commercial, on the road. Road goes past through a tunnel to set up what we actually want, which would be the local resource storage, and I guess we could have construction sector on that side with the resource storage, and a fire protection through the tunnel should hopefully provide enough coverage for things to not burn down. This is so weird. But it is what we're doing, I think. I'm not gonna let them walk over the train station. I don't know if this has stairs. I don't think it does. It's only going to pick up people like coming the other way and back to the other city unless we have a new one. Once we have a new one. That's going to take a while. I have to figure out how to hook this up. But the food warning has priority. That's our food factory. Not enough workers here. So that warning message is not urgent right away, but it means that the warehouses for the cities will be affected soon after. Alcohol is still fine. We could bring that back down 5 workers and put more workers in the food factory instead. Oh, looks like these waste dumps are almost all clean. Oh, they have cleaned them all up. Okay. That means you can now distribute back into these waste dumps instead. Deal with the local waste of the incinerator by just dropping the ash into that. Cool.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
And loyalty gain is fairly low now. Maybe I'm only like moving migrants into one building at a time and then moving them into the second and just really forcing them to only work in the TV station. Let's wait until the monument is done and then we can make that a thing to get new migrants. Until then, Burgudons will probably have dropped in population count enough for that to be a thing. Okay, let's see, this will curve in. A bit more. Something like that. It's gonna be a pretty sharp corner. Okay, that would be the train stop, I think. We'll have to have a footpath down there for building and like letting people walk up and down. Can't really be a tunnel because we can't have construction vehicles go down a tunnel, so we have to have something like this. And then once this is built, I guess we could set up a fire station here and bring, like, this is like a test bed for like bringing workers to like an area that they're normally not going to. Load like 10% workers and bring them through Kirirov to this location. But then we can't use the end station in Kirirov, otherwise they're getting confused. Well, we can use the transfer, I guess, at the station. Also, the trains will have to have the ability to turn around here, because there's no end station in this location. They refuel at Kirirov, and then they have to make a long trip. Until, of course, we have the other area built up, then it will be fine, but for now, this is what they have to do. We're working on food. You did manage to load 55 tons, so at least we're at the capacity we need, barely. We need more workers making their way over here. monument up? Not yet. Waiting on concrete. Courthouse is fine. Yeah, you also have to work at the clinic, I get it. Just don't work at the TV station, and we'll be fine. I mean, there's a sliver of loyalty gain from this still, but it's, yeah, we need more people. We need a refresh. Oh, it's starting to gain again. I don't know why they had a drop, but the gain is a little bit too small. We'll cycle them. Okay, you can allow people to move in again. There was enough room. Maybe not. A lot of higher education citizens making their way here. I guess we'll just, yeah, top off the house with some new migrants, which will have higher loyalty. And they will now only be allowed to work in the TV station.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
At most we could have 75 citizens, which would fill up the workplace completely.
Говорит и показывает.
But we'll probably be slightly under. I mean, the best would be to be as many highly educated people as possible. It would need a secret police, then we could be really efficient in only allowing new migrants in that have a higher loyalty. Then this whole prospect would be a lot better. But we're trying to do it without. No secret police, no propaganda. Just migrants with awesome ideas. I don't think any other setting gives us like more loyalty gain. They leave the loyalty gain alone, but and culture drops loyalty.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, let's get a few more workers. TV station only. We're at 58 right now. 68. Let's try 78. Some of them might be unemployed, but
Говорит и
at least
показывает.
the TV station should have a nice full set of workers most of the time. And we'll let three of the other houses that hold highly educated people slowly run itself out on workers, and we can, once we need to refresh them again, relocate them into those. Why are the concrete deliveries so slow? Probably because we've been building a tunnel.
Говорит и показывает Москва. Говорит и показывает Москва.
Is this connected? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, fire station here. We'll try and bring workers to it and then build up a settlement. Heating plant should not be built yet. And we do have to do the manual assignment for all of these, because it's too far away. Gas station nearby, fire station, and enough people to just run the fire station, so people can travel through here and protect themselves. We will probably need 3 more passenger trains to make this trip. We'll have to keep adding more and more trains to the passenger line, keep it at around a quarter or 240 seconds per train is what I'm like trying. Also have to bring a power line this way, medium voltage, before we drag the high voltage line through the mountain. It doesn't have to go along the road, but the medium voltage line should. Off of this transformer along the road, having a switch here and a substation. Probably use 1.5 megawatts just in case we run into any issues with like capacity. I think the higher power might also lead to the situation that the smaller wire can run longer distances hopefully, and power loss is not too much of a problem. This power line will be very close to the road and could lead to problems with like junctions and other things. But hey, if it gets in the way, we can rebuild it later, right? When has that ever stopped us? Well, that would be a power line, wouldn't it? That would be awful. I kind of like it. Sure, that will work. Why is food production not getting enough workers? You send all your people to the cableway station. It could also negatively affect our heating, which is like critical. You, same thing. 200 people making their way. 210 times 2 people making their way over to the food factory. And if they come back because it's full, then they can get unloaded and go elsewhere. But make sure we have 400 people for this area. Yeah, we're also working on meat production, it's fine. Just don't seem to have enough workers in general here. Maybe I need to move just the gas station and then everything will be fine. Just bring the gas station over here. Make that change and then the power line will look nice. And that's the important part. We can build over the maintenance construction office that already works. Just the gas station is in the way. I mean, let's see. I do have to switch the road anyway, so technically the fire station could also move. Bring the fire station back. Nope. I don't think you connected. Oh, you did connect these. That was not my intention. Wait a minute. Come on. That would be hilarious if it still works. Building in the way. Alright. Building in the way. It's going to be interesting if this will work, because that's going to like define if the development into unknown territory can be started off of a train platform instead of like bus routes. And I believe it should be able to do that, but we will see. Shouldn't really be any more difficult than a bus route, except it's going to be longer reaching and be kind of perfect for what we're doing in Siberia. Refreshed our loans. I guess we can do that one too. It's 200k, I guess. Slightly over 20 million, 24 million, but the loan capacity itself pushes us up to 100 million loan capacity in total. If we can get something set up that resembles a village here, I'm gonna be super happy. Including like the power lines. I think the excavators for the demolition office are still the slower ones, the more modern ones. I need to have these replaced with the road one, the YAG. Would be a lot better. Technical service, waste goes to the local incinerator. Yeah, biological waste too, and construction waste doesn't. But the technical service might be a bit busier, so it has now a full load of trucks, and it looks like it's kind of busy. Still seems to keep up with things though, but I assume many of them are transporting construction waste out of the area. We could have we could help the technical service that way a bit by dropping the construction waste into a local storage and then using the distribution office to haul it away. As in an external storage for construction waste to be used for that purpose. Yeah, would be nice, but I'm not gonna get a road connection out of that area. It's a little bit too shuttered in, I think. Can I trick the game to allow me to have a road connection through here? Like, we have that building, very tight collision box, and this one has a slightly larger one. This one's going to be the important one, I think. Or maybe we can sneak a collision across there. Come on, autosave. Not right now, please. Oh boy. We did it. It worked. Oh, I said there would be enough room here. I thought there would be, but I guess with the way the road is set up, maybe it's going to be a bit tricky. We can have a small storage though, maybe 2 small storages even. Lovely. This one's going to hold construction waste by technical service dumped in here, and then these trucks will pick it up and they will transport it to the construction waste storage instead. And since it's containers, I think it's going to load pretty quickly, I hope. That should alleviate the stress on the technical service a lot, and we will rely mostly on these trucks. And it also won't interfere with the dumping too much. A single truck can do that every now and then. That's the power line. Pretty much. Bring the fire station back. Let me know when that one's built, and we have our power line. Okay, I'm gonna switch soundtrack because this I don't like that much. That doesn't really fit too well. I'm gonna go here. It's the only song that's a bit... Oh, what's happening? It's the only song that's a bit too aggressive. What are you doing? Engaged railway track. Engaged railway track. You're blocking each other. Why are you complaining? Where are you trying to go? Citizen goods. To the food and alcohol production. You should not care. But you do because there's a signal here. These ones have to move away. They're in the way. Which is happening because, well, we set up a rail distribution office in the area, and there's more trains this way now. Why are you complaining about this being red? Oh, there's a construction train here. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Aggregates National can start filling up the coal storage for the heating plant in the area. 80%. This will need its own technical service because it will have to bring its own water, sewage, etc. Similar to Kirirov, they all need their own technical service. Well, those buildings can burn down, so we're not gonna start constructing them just yet, but planning them is fine. 4 cars should be sufficient for the small amount of people living here. There will not be a dedicated, or will there be a dedicated waste storage? For Kirirov I said it would be close enough, and we're only having to transport over to Sovskoy factory. I will set a dedicated waste storage, I think. We have to build the fire station soon. And I guess the waste will be picked up by a distribution office pulling the resources to itself. We're not building a distribution office in this area. So we'll move those waste resources elsewhere. They basically have to go into the storage of Sovskoy settlement, and from there they go over to the coal mine. So again, no bus stop. Everything will revolve around people having access to the train station. There will be a grocer on the entrance. And an alcohol kiosk, but that's pretty much it. Not even a house of culture. For this one, if we're gonna make a really small settlement, a grocery kiosk would be enough. I don't know, I like the safety net of a proper grocer. Much larger internal storage. Police station too, huh? Well, if we're making this a larger settlement with a police station, it is going to go up to a research point, but let's develop it as a smaller one that doesn't get a police station. It only gets like enough workers to have barely enough people to run the grocer. And everything in the area. Like less than 100 people, I think. Does that mean they get a clinic though? Setting up a what if we do just kiosks? Like, I'm thinking, can we make a settlement so small so it's irrelevant that people dying from like health-related issues we don't even care about? Like, if they can get to the train station to visit a doctor, it's fine. But if they have a medical emergency, no one's gonna get to them. That seems kind of cruel. But pretty much what this is kind of like testing. Alright. What can the food kiosk hold? 2 tons and 0.25 tons. That's really low. No, it has to be a grocer. A grocer's like... Even if the settlement is really small, it might grow. But even if it doesn't grow, like a grocer is something... Food shortages are not acceptable, I think. But nothing else, I guess. Just people living here and like getting food, alcohol, able to get to the train station. But if something goes wrong, health-wise, they just get replaced. And we're thinking like 100 workers for now. Enough to run the heating plant. And the fire station. So the gas station doesn't burn down and nothing else burns down. And if we have to extend it, then so be it, but that'll be a retrofit after. Where we put like an extension in place for a clinic and a police station afterwards. And the rest would just be housing, I think. Well, electricity, of course, substation, water, sewage. On the footpath, no problem. But we are going to run the fire station with workers delivered by train station first. And see if that works. Everything else will have to wait. Yeah, if we have to extend it, then clinic and police station could come down here. Or close to the heating plant, I guess. And maybe we need a heat pumping station. The heating plant being at the edge rather than the center is also a little bit annoying, but yeah. We can have a heat pumping station, heat exchanger with a heating pipe. We can pay for that if we have to.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Oh, it's struggling with loyalty. Fill up on migrants. Everyone only works in the radio station, no other workplace. Keep this one filled. Push loyalty up as much as possible. Why is it so low? My god. I guess it's not as good as a large TV station, so that makes sense. I will probably need the secret police research to make it efficient. But only in this area, which will deal with the whole Republic, I think. This will hold construction waste. Delivered to by technical service. And you will pick up from here if there is enough construction waste. 10%. And bring it up to... Where are you going? Oh yeah, that's obsolete again. And then bring it to the construction material storage at the train station. And that hopefully will alleviate some of the stress that the technical service has been experiencing with too much like hauling around. They can now pick up construction waste from these processing plants and the quarries and just dump it in here, and then the other building will take care of it. Hopefully. We are waiting to see if that works. I guess I should allow them to just pick up like whenever there's construction waste in here. Because it's always going to be a truckload that's just changing trucks to a different building. To a different vehicle, I mean. Seems like it's working. Excellent. I'll have to prepare more trains. Maybe one more construction task to finish the rail connection here. And then trains should be able to run on this. But it would be a good idea to maybe build out the other side a little bit and have like a way to change lanes so they can... No, actually, yeah, just build out a little bit. Construction trains will have to run along this path continuously. But I guess the construction trains will be able to change lanes anyway. Once we set that into single direction traffic, coming in on one side, going through here, and then heading back out this way. And the other construction train would move in, move backwards, and then enter here. It should at least be able to do that. Okay. Construction trains heading this way. Good. All still assigned so they can find a path here. Power line has been built. Footpaths are being built. Let's assemble, I think 2, maybe 3 more passenger trains. I will move these into a scrapyard, I think. These ones are too slow. Scrapyard is still keeping up with things. Plenty of workers. Reducing it by 5 for now. Let's get 2 steam locomotives, which are going to be expensive. 2.3 million. And then 8 passenger cars, which are going to be equally as expensive. So bloody expensive. You go here, and then the depot, and just load any passenger car on that station. I don't know if the other train's already gone through. It hasn't even left yet. Okay. Same thing for you. Load whatever's in here and bring it back after you've refueled. Are you gonna go on like a round trip? Oh, I know why, because this doesn't have a mixed signal. It should allow trains to just turn around, so the other train will be a while before it gets back. It has to run a loop around Sovskoye, but this one will turn around just in place now. Oh, there we see the construction train turning around as expected. Train tracks are being completed. New tracks should be assigned after the train station. And then yeah, over here, potentially another train station with a similar village before we go out into a proper village that covers the construction material storages. But refueling stations and power lines and drawing some basic stuff along the way is, I think, a good idea. Good. Have to wait until all of this is built, get the fire station up, move a fire truck in, and then we should be ready. This fire station has a bit of a priority, but only to protect like the logging setup. It's not that critical otherwise. I don't know what we're going to do with the power line over here. I guess it has to go over the mountain. I would like align it with the tunnel Get like an underground wire going through, but we can also just bring it over the mountain itself. We'll see. Once we have the tunnel, I guess a power line would look fine going through the mountain. It's just going to take a long time to build that. Okay, footpaths are finishing up. We don't have to go to Kirirov. We don't have to go through here on the initial trip, only on the return trip. So we have to add another stop before Kirirov, I guess. There's no reason to bring people from Kirirov somewhere here. The only reason to go through that would be to make sure we're refueled. But it seems like the steam locomotives actually hold a ton of fuel. So I don't think that's a necessity. No, I set up my city area in the lowest point of the hills around me. So, that means you have some sewage pumping to do. Or a sewage tunnel. The sewage system's gonna suck. Well, it's only going to be a single sewage pipe that has to go through everything. And then everything else can go down towards the lowest point. So you only have to worry about one sewage pipe, I guess. And the rest will be as normal. I think I need 3 trains on this with the new setup, but we'll see. We'll wait what the route updates to time-wise and then make a decision. We can run it with a few, like not enough trains for a bit and then update accordingly. Okay, launch these. And update the route. We will have to... Oh yeah, then when we don't use the end station we can just transport people through. That's nice. So from Sovskoy train platform loading... I don't know, 10% workers. No higher education. Actually load 10% workers. And then bring them over here. Unload workers. And load passengers once the city is up. And that's the only adjustment we're going to make for now. Is there any new to you ores or such in the new area? Hello Williken. This is oil. This is iron. We knew about the iron source up here. Development 1 and coal. So we're basically developing our route through oil coast, I guess. I didn't realize that. But otherwise, not really a lot of new resources. I think resource-wise, we're doing fine. I have to get to the area for the oil field first. Mainly for the new large settlement. I want to build far away. I want to like build more with villages, and that's what we're doing right now. I haven't built the roads yet. I wonder if construction workers can actually get there. That is the whole point of this exercise. We need a free construction office with buses for the local construction tasks. I don't know if I have any spare buses. Let's see. I do not have any buses. There's no road connection here, of course. Well, this is only temporary, so buckle up. The train route will unload everyone as a transfer stop. Okay. That's how we have to bring construction workers through the area. It might be that the path is actually too long. Oh no, they still have 2 hours. But yeah, I guess we're going to test if bringing construction workers that way by train is also going to be handy. And if they don't get used by construction tasks, then they just go into the fire station in the future. Speaking of which, I need 2 more fire trucks to be ready to move into the new settlement. Okay, it seems that the Rush, the second grocery store in the middle of nowhere, is working. Okay. I don't know what you mean by the Rush, but sure. Problem is that sewage is going to be a problem until the 2 million ruble sewage system is complete. 2 million ruble? How is sewage that expensive? I don't understand. That seems a bit much. Let's see if the passenger trains actually make it with some workers here. They got 2 hours left. So yes, they will make it, but it's the same distance again from Sovskoy to Bugodonsk to the first village. But we will be able to carry people through here. We just have to like let them like unload at the stop and load them again. Which I guess is fine. But we're bringing like 36 construction workers here now. Maybe I should bring more. With an hour to spare. I don't know what you just did. You loaded multiple times and that was kind of weird. Oh, because you were set to also load them again. Well, that's kind of silly. We didn't bring anyone. Just don't load any workers. I mean, the buses aren't here yet anyway, so we got time. Construction office has everything in reach. With 2 kilometers. It feels like we're much further away than we actually are. It's hilarious. I would like to set up a maintenance building, but it won't be necessary because we already have a construction office in reach. Maybe for the next one then. Maybe the next village will be at the limit. Looks like it will be. That's gonna be nice. I could also have a single vehicle move the waste away from this. Water truck, sewage truck, large waste truck. Actually, we only need a small waste truck. Because I'm not planning a clinic here. I'm being a bit cruel with this village. It's gonna be so small that there's not even gonna be a hospital. I believe the settlement might grow in the future, but I don't know. I think we'll just start with a large building, which in the future might house the highly educated of the area. That's 36 people, and then just fill it out to maybe 70, a couple more houses for now. I was wondering how close to the construction first village was, yeah. This settlement will have a name. I'm gonna put it next to the train station. Kemevsk. Good. Fire station is back up. It's construction 3k max, 3.5k. We can go up to 3.5k. It's the same for technical services. They increased it from 3k to 3.5k in the past. It was at 3k for a while, but now it's more. Construction workers, and they've decided to disappear. I think the construction office buses didn't get there fast enough. Well, that's a shame. That's a real shame. What are we gonna do about that? Build it down here. Can't believe that that was too far away and everyone vanished. Well, I guess it happens. We'll have to make a workaround. Everyone get close to the train station, so you can definitely pick up the workers this time. Maybe they just also still arrived here and refueled. I don't even know if they're going to get fuel. We do have a gas station here, so could have been a problem. But no, it should work. With the new passengers, couple of workers. In winter, 3.5k would take a bit long. Yeah, but it's mainly intended for maintenance, basically. So it can take longer than that, and it's fine. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Excellent. Can maybe carry a few more workers over there, but in general, we do have construction workers, and therefore also firefighters making their way over here. I probably need to increase the amount a bit, but only after the fire station is done and we start building up the settlement. Right now we can wait until they've run the route once and give us a time estimate if we need another train or not. We've spent 6.5 million on importing steam locomotive equipment last month. Just so we can claim more territory with our network. Maybe it would be fine to run up this way, but it's a little bit of an awkward junction. Could have a tunnel in the future, I guess. Do a direct connection from here to this train track, bypassing Kirov on the route outwards, but then on the route inwards we would still go through it. Only 3 workers.
Говорит и показывает Москва. Говорит и показывает Москва.
Why is the loyalty so low? I really have to relocate everyone and refresh their loyalty.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
It's not enough room. Only for 1 building, I guess. Your happiness is quite low, so I guess I'm going to relocate you out of the area for now. Unemployment. New migrants, also expensive, but not as expensive as steam locomotives. That's only 600,000. All working in the radio station, TV station. I keep saying a radio station because I usually only use the radio station.
И показывает Москва.
Okay. Let's let that run again for a bit. See if our loyalty keeps going up. Did the trains run once? Do we know the route length? Yes, 1,900 seconds only. With 8 trains, I want to stay below 240 seconds. 1,900 divided by 8 is 237. That is pretty bang on. Okay, I guess we'll load some more people from Sovskoye and bring more workers to the area. To 30%, if they're available. Fire station will be up soon. And then it's gonna get started with the construction of everything. If I set up like a free bus stop, we would not lose any of the workers. They would just walk between the buildings. That way I could preserve all of the workers here for the time being. So from the train station, like, walk anywhere. And then if there's no room for you to go to the bus stop. And the same thing over here. Walk anywhere else. And if there's nowhere for you to go to the other train platform. And that way we're going to build up like a bunch of workers up here. And I guess I could use the free bus station up here to pick up the workers from that stop instead for construction tasks, and this is wasn't really necessary. Good to know for the future. Then I don't need that road connection. I guess we're going to make that change. Let's Live to learn. And you will pick up people from here. Once we have a road connection to it. Basically access workers that do not get used by any other building. You didn't have anyone? Where's the passenger train? Shouldn't there be one heading this way already? You're heading back, right? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't have moved in here. Did I miss one? No. Where are passenger trains? There's one. Very late. Strange. You should load 100 people-ish. 70 people. Guess there's not more available right now. Food production is back normal, right? Yeah, we're slowly building up our food supply. Okay. I don't know why that was an issue. Why we had like lack of worker problems in the settlement. I guess it's maybe getting a little bit over its capacity. We have to carry some workers into Sovskoy to make it run normally. "71 workers heading to Kemevsk. Let's take a scenic route and see what it looks like. I really need to be a bit more careful with the tree planting in this area. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. Not complaining about that railroad so far. That looks fine. As the excess workers, no one's going to pick them up from here. They will walk to any other building first. There's no real construction task that should be running right now. Maybe once the footpaths... Oh, these ones are, okay. So some of them are going to go to those buildings, but yeah, we need to build the fire station. And the rest will go to the bus stop, and from there they can be picked up by construction office vehicles if they want, but currently nothing should have any resources. A road. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense. And that train arrives pretty quickly after, so there was a delay somewhere, but yeah, we can build up a supply of workers here. That's gonna be nice. And I could even make it where we don't run into any unemployment issues by modifying the route a bit. We will unload as a regular transfer, not a transfer, as a regular unload, and just load whatever workers are here. So the workers will start like balancing themselves, and whatever workers are on the platform we're picking up again, bringing back, I guess. And that should work. It's already full. Guess we could have another platform for a little bit more capacity of workers in the area. Don't terraform right now. Sure. Well, that includes the footpath of like other buildings in that platform. They only send access workers to this platform right now, so this one will be preferred. Might not be ideal, but from here they will send workers anywhere else. Least priority for the train platform. So we're only sending people back to the train platform if there's no other room between these two bus stops, I guess. And yeah, at some point it's going to run full, and then people can be picked up again by train to go back the other way. But those are all workers that are going to be lacking in like our production facilities in Sovskoy. But hey, at least no unemployment. And this area will be well supplied for firefighters. And that's kind of the important part. Nothing burning down here until people move in.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I might need a loyalty boost tech. It's a struggle with the early start TV station. Just give it time. Give it time and throw money at it. Maybe we'll get to 37% loyalty at some point. Like this was the first migration with the TV station, was very good. But not so much anymore. Well, cement is full, and it should be exported. I guess there's a train heading there right now, doing that. Or one has already moved, and we need more train cars to export cement. Could also be a thing. You exported cement, only 52 tons. Yeah, that's a little bit meager. If we add 3 more train cars, we would be at 104. If I add 6 more, 200 tons of cement. Right now it's a little bit low. What does TV station propaganda do? Same as the radio station propaganda. It allows you to modify the slider for Soviet propaganda, and then you gain loyalty. Even with people who are not super loyal, you can start boosting loyalty in the Republic. And loyal people are more productive. And I'm trying to make it work without that tech. Productivity did go up, I think, so it's still having a good effect. Productivity is going up. Yeah, we'll try and keep it going without any loyalty boosting tech. I'm trying to do this the hard way. And I also don't want to spend 2 research points to get the TV station loyalty boost. Culture enjoyment dropping, sports enjoyment dropping. It's fine. Religion sympathy going down because the migrants are adapting. We had a bit of a health drop by 1.5 points. Might have been a fire again, but it's okay. Do I bring 9 train cars for cement exports? How much are we making? Bearing in mind that we only have 3 train cars right now. It would be a pretty good export, I think. I'm not sure if it's affecting the price of cement a lot. Not really yet. I mean, it's taking a little bit of a dip. But cement is a pretty good resource. It's just like the inflation. Coal and gravel combined. Gravel is now as expensive as coal is. I think coal stayed like true to its price pretty much, and gravel became more expensive over time. But we're not importing anything anymore either of those two. And that's okay. 80% wear and tear. You should get replaced automatically. I need a fast delivery train. You also have to go to the scrapyard, I'm sorry. And I think you're kind of obsolete, but also not really. I mean, wait. Go back. You're gonna be replaced. You only go 40 kilometers an hour. I'll keep the other one around for now. Distribution office. This plus 9 more cement cars. Sure. More export, why not? Have more trains running. Or like, have the trains running more efficiently. The cement cars were not overly large. If we have 12 of them, that would still be like 96 meters max. So that's okay. I don't know if we need both trains to pick them up. I think a single train would have been enough. I'll pick up the cement cars. I'll assemble a train to bring them to the distribution office without another train. Only 4 trains in here right now.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
People with regularly educated citizens, please work in the TV station and make sure this one is fully staffed before going anywhere else. We need to make sure that the workers there are always full, at least for the staff.
Говорит
The actors and moderators were filling up with migrants, but the staff should be full, if possible. Trying to get like every little bit of efficiency out of that building. Oh, you're repairing a train. Lovely. Construction material train. Excellent. And 2, 4, 5. That's all the train cars. So the other train wasn't needed. missed some messages. Finally unlock the ability to research nuclear fuel. Just need to remember when setting up the nuclear factories to set up the waste system. I think the nuclear fuel plant was convenient in that at some point I think it's all incineratable and it separates out nicely, but yeah, if you have a waste separation in there, it's fine. Burn the hazardous waste, separate it, and it's fine. If it needs a separation facility. Probably going to set up nuclear fuel production for the western side and the Soviet side separately. Wow, that is so much overkill, but sure. Just like your chat, moderator is a migrant. What? Sports TV? Yes, sports TV, because culture TV would affect loyalty too much. Oh man. Okay, go back to the depot after, but... unload everything, passenger car wise, whatever you're carrying. Hopefully that's the train I added as a passenger wagon, but all the other ones too. And that should allow us to export over 200 tons of cement at a time. Gonna build a propaganda TV later. I wanted to avoid researching propaganda and trying to boost loyalty with alternative means, but it's kinda expensive. I'm trying to get migrants in that work in the TV tower and boost their loyalty because they're so happy to be here, but no one's really listening. It's not working well enough. Looks like the fire station is ready. Where's the other fire truck? I had two. I guess the other one is still in the customs house? No. I'm pretty sure I bought two fire trucks. Oh, it might have gotten used as a replacement vehicle already. I guess. Make your way over here. Or maybe, no, maybe I only bought a small one. I thought I bought a large one, though. Let's check. There's no extra fire truck. I'm pretty sure I bought the AMO and the GAZ, the gas AA. Yeah. That's going to be our firefighters for the area that the workers will have to staff. Oh, we're not even going to load any workers from here because we're going through Kirilov and that's an end station. So we'll have to add Kirilov as a transfer stop to actually load someone. So from here, unload everyone you have loaded as a transfer. And then when you come back out, you can pick them up again. So that's going to delay the route by a little bit more. But it will allow us to pick up the workers and any citizens from here correctly. And there we go, firefighters. And the ability to build up everything. Which also means that the workers will walk onto construction sites, but that's limited to 5 workers max. And that's okay. Just gotta wait for the resource deliveries to make their way over here. I think I'm going to take a break. It's been 5 hours. I'm going to get some food and do a stretch break, so probably like around 15 minutes. Give or take. I'm not gonna eat a lot. Actually, it might be a mixed break. I might like set up the food and then eat while I'm playing, but stretch break definitely, and I'm gonna decide what to eat. It's probably gonna be a pizza, because I haven't eaten anything useful yet. I guess during that time we can like ride the passenger trains until I'm back. So there you go. I'm gonna take a break. 15 minutes, give or take, I think. Alright, I'm back. Let me remove the pin. Glory to Ostoska. Hello, Seusubimba. Welcome. Hopefully your name has been pronounced satisfactory, because I might be misreading it. Well, that was a good meal and a good stretch break. Very lovely. Nothing catastrophic seems to have happened. I'm not sure if we have a reliable supply of firefighters in the area. One thing I noticed is that we had a lot of passenger trains stuck in one area. Maybe because I redid the passenger route a few times. Maybe they got confused. We'll have to wait and see. I think it's time to maybe split up that tunnel into shorter sections. Let's put another signal in place. Lovely. Thank you, it's Portuguese, you pronounce it well. Okay. Then I guess I have to maybe go to Google Translate and just look up what I just said. You're awesome. Okay, that's nice. Good to know. The fire station kinda has priority. I mean, there's still a decent amount of workers in the area, so it might be okay. Especially as constructions finish up, they will require no workers walking onto the construction site anymore. I think the steam locomotives are set up a little bit more realistically with the fuel. They can run a very long distance. These locomotives seem to have to refuel quite often. For the size of the Republic. Tunnel is done, so the next road construction here should keep going. Low priority, other construction tasks have a higher priority, but once this finishes we can bring the terraforming equipment forward and finish the last section. And then we're at a new location. Maybe we don't need the settlement, but we'll see. Could happen that we just have a small settlement here with a train station. It seems like it would work well. And the fire station next to a tunnel could protect the construction material storages on the other side. So maybe this would be the settlement and the construction sector would be over here. And workers for the construction material sector would also arrive by train. Would require another 2 trains to make that trip. And then we don't have to send passenger trains down this way in the beginning. The bus stop has to be moved soon. Maybe after the initial house has some people living in it. Trains getting delayed by construction trains. You don't even have any workers with you. Second train right after. Only has an hour left. Yeah, the construction trains being on the same line is causing a few delays, but that was expected. Wait, where are you working from? Why do we have a bulldozer out here driving on its own? That's probably the utility construction office. Yep, that one. That's no good. I guess I would have to give you vehicles for transportation. Only the R12 could transport the excavator. But we already have 3 smaller ones in here, so let's not worry about that one. We will instead worry about the bulldozers, because we can transport those with a YAG 10, or even a YAG. I guess we'll just use one of these and it's fine. Or even 2. Just gotta make sure to unassign the construction material storages here. Otherwise they'll start carrying stuff that they're not really supposed to. We'll get 2 trucks in here to carry 2 bulldozers and an excavator to construction sites. Just thought, Workers and Resources doesn't have a ski lodge as a form of entertainment. Yeah. That would kind of like, I guess like a building on a hill, depending on like height. Sightseeing tower kind of does that, but a ski lodge could also work, but then people would probably ask for like people like dynamically skiing down a hill, and I don't know. While the workers aspect is quite fleshed out, the citizens aspect and the housing is aesthetically pleasing, but the focus is still on the industry, I think. Would be a bit intense, yeah. A lot of shenanigans could be made with that. Okay, looks like loyalty is back down. Your loyalty is dropping fairly quickly. At least we're not dropping in loyalty yet, so I guess they're still doing something. But if the loyalty of the Republic starts going down, then I need to replace them. I need to replace both houses, otherwise one of them is dragging the other down. Chairlift. We already have those. So technically you could make something that resembles what you're looking for, but without the benefit. I mean, you can have a mountain hotel. That exists. I haven't looked at the early start hotels yet. That one holds 300 people. And that's a medium-sized hotel. What in the... Jesus Christ. 50 people, 300 people, city hotel. Why is there a medium hotel with 300 people? And it requires fewer workers. 3 attraction score versus 4 attraction score. Oh my god, you start with an early start hotel that can hold 175 tourists. Jesus Christ. They really push home like the whole feel of all about like the amount of people, even tourism, like so many tourists. Oh, we did run out of firefighters now. I will probably remove the construction office vehicles from here because I'm a little bit worried that they... Actually no, they can help but not for building construction. Building construction is done by people being unloaded and slowly carried into the buildings. But you can help with roads and footpaths and wires. Why are these hotels so ridiculously large? Like we start normally with like 70 tourists, like 84 tourists. Bam, 175. Small hotel. And then you get into, I don't know, smaller hotels? What is the benefit of that one? I don't know. Like this one holds very few people. And the attraction score is even less. Oh, this one is a mountain hotel under that setting, I guess. Luxurious mountain hotel, early start. Yeah, food storage seemed about even. About half. Very curious. Alright, come on trains. Bring some workers here. I don't want the fire station burning down, thank you. Workers and resources 50% off. Hello Sabanakis. Yes, we're doing well. I think workers and resources has been on sale when the DLC released. Another couple days. Waiting for the DLC to be 50% off? Yeah, that is a possibility. Okay, the settlement may not allow anyone to move in just yet. There will be no highly educated people living here for now. It's going to be a super small settlement, but I believe it will have a clinic and a police station. And give us a research point. I need more research points.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Holy crap, that early start DLC is 18 bucks, but I guess it adds almost a whole new game storyline. It adds a lot of curated new buildings and vehicles, and I think it's going to get more stuff as time goes on. It's a bit of a weird release, I think, but for me it definitely was worth it. I'm really happy with it. As might be evidenced by how much we've been playing it. You had kinda exhausted the base game. Well, we were going from like the development of the base game of min-maxing to making things look pretty and realistic, and look how far we're building away from stuff now. We have a village over here. We're building like another village. Then we're going over to development 2, which is probably going to hold another village, and then set up a construction sector here to build a city down over in that location. The scale of the map is like being explored with like attempts at realistic development. I also need to plant trees again, so this whole area that I cut down is like getting to be looking nice again now that the road is in place. Any dog sleds for your map? That would be nice, yeah. Very pretty, thank you. I'll need a dump truck to carry in the coal to the heating plant. And as soon as the grocer and the heating plant is up, then I guess people can start moving in, and maybe we can stop bringing workers to this train station. I think we can already stop doing that. No more loading workers at Sovskoy. How's the route doing? Down below 2000. Divided by 8. 250. How the train could be helpful. You still had workers loaded because I changed the route after you picked them up, which is fine. Actually, we need the workers for like the fire station, but yeah, I guess I could move people in. Huh. I forgot about the firefighters. I gotta keep monitoring this. If something catches fire, we have to open up the floodgates on this house. Are you going to need a high power electric line to the new city? Yes, but this one is only going to get a medium power line. The high voltage line is going to go over the mountain and end over somewhere here with a transformer. This is just going to be hooked up by medium voltage. We're going to run the high voltage line off of this thing. Somewhere down here and then across. That's the plan. Or build coal and power station in New City. That probably too. We need another power station with the coal delivery from our existing mine to that power station, constantly running. That is going to be a thing. It might get its own dedicated train to make sure that the coal in the area is always full. Because we need coal for the power station and the heating setup in that destination. And currently it doesn't really look like I'm going to set up another coal mine if this is all oil. There might be a coal mine up here with another city that runs a coal mine. But the current coal mine is like not even running at half its capacity. It's like we only need some bricks and then it can be built up. And I guess we could do that with people moving in. Which would be cruel, but whatever. People are allowed to move in now. And people have to build up that grocer. One ton of brick left. Where's that last bit of bricks, man? Come on. Don't do that. I thought it was already heading here, but apparently not. Because it's still kind of far away. Come on, passenger train. Don't be delayed by the construction vehicle so much. Alright, you can build whatever you want. Work wherever you want, it's fine, I don't care. Some passengers are gonna be picked up. And I'll be able to get some food. Three passengers. Congratulations. Transfer stop at Kirov, then anyone will be loaded again, and then on to Sovskoy. If you only want food, I guess we could also unload you at Kirov. Might be the more sensible action. If there's anything here that you can visit, please do. But then the rest will be unloaded as a transfer. Food and culture, food and meat, food and praying. Well, you're gonna find all of that here, except culture and praying. Those people will have to be unloaded as a transfer stop and hope that the train comes back fast. We don't even have electricity, water or sewage here yet. This is like this is pretty mean. But they help build stuff up for us. And as soon as the grocer is done, then yeah, we will have a reliable food source locally. That's gonna be fairly unreliable for the lack of electricity until that one is done. Just waiting on the last couple bricks, last ton of bricks. At least they're not gonna freeze right now. That's one thing, I guess. Should have kept bringing workers here, I guess. Moved by a train. It's a little bit undersupplied with everything. Is that the last delivery of bricks? Yes. Yes, it is. Then it's only going to take another couple weeks until the food finally gets here. And then we'll be in business. Built the grocer. Perfect. Yeah, I think the settlement kind of needs to expand a little bit. Not having a clinic, not having a police station, I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll be fine. Maybe people will be fine here. Once alcohol arrives, everything will get better, probably. I wonder if you can supply alcohol to people without drinking water. I guess we're gonna see that, because they'll bring alcohol here right now. Instead of like clean quality drinking water, you would just supply alcohol. And you could make that with 95% quality water, so I wonder if that is a thing. Huh. I wonder if people can sustain themselves on alcohol. I'm kinda like tempted to find out. That would be like funny if that is actually a game thing. Where you don't have to bring them drinking quality water, you just have to, you can also give them alcohol and they sustain themselves on that. Mixed waste and hazardous waste, I guess, has to go to a waste separation facility, aka hazardous container. We shouldn't have any until we have a clinic, so that'll be fine. Flush toilet with alcohol. Bucket. Use bucket. Food and alcohol kiosk instead of water. What would the chances be? Look at that. Actual food supply for the people. Just need 2 workers in this store so someone can buy something because they're too worn out. Also, there's no electricity. That's the other problem. And no drinking water, so efficiency of the grocer is terrible. I'm interested. This is gonna be a test bed of like, can people survive on no drinking water but alcohol instead? Like a true early start. I mean, that's like 19th century kind of stuff. I don't think it's gonna work. I think they will want water, but it would be funny. Ooh, okay. Why are you walking in from the front of the food kiosk? The alcohol kiosk. That's fine. Four sellers can deal with 1 shopper. No drinking water, no electricity. But people can buy food here. Isn't that nice? Okay, substation can be built. That would deal with electricity. And we also have the ability to now provide heating to our population. At most, I guess there should be like 3 workers in here. Don't notify me when it's stopping, and only heat over under 15 degrees Celsius ambient. Yeah, I have to stop bringing workers way later. I still would need more workers here. Make sure the substation is built. Six people are complaining about drinking water. Is the alcohol gonna solve that? Or is it a continuous thing? You're out of meat. I don't know how that happened so quickly, but I guess it is. It did. Oh, I know how. everything's spoiled away because we don't have power. So the whole meat rotted away in storage. Well, thankfully we're making our own, so it's not a problem. We're just bringing more. See, another half a ton. Look at that. Fully supplied. Now you just want sport. Forget it. Go to the train platform. Hope that a train arrives. If not, go get some alcohol. Okay, I think it's enough cruelty. Maybe we should probably bring some water. And take care of the sewage. Isn't the TO nearby gonna fill the water tank? Yes, but they still have to drive it there. It's kind of far away. I had to assign the technical office to it. The water and sewage truck are still heading this way, I think. I don't know where they are. I did buy them. They only go 40 kilometers an hour, which is absolutely fine on Siberia. The complaints about drinking water sometimes are shrinking, but that would be like its whole own test. Can you provide alcohol instead of drinking water? Because then you could bypass chemicals for drinking water. That seems like it might be too much, but it doesn't want to leave my mind. Seems like a cool concept. Don't even have a waste storage here yet. Oh, I need a large waste truck because of the heating plant. Otherwise the settlement will have a problem. We're transferring the waste from the large garbage container to wherever it should be by distribution office. I will only load mixed waste from here ever. And they should arrive here. 10% would be 19 tons. 5% 10 tons. Like 3%. To the calculator, 3%. 195 times 3 divided by 100. 5.85. That looks pretty good. Yeah, let's do 3%. It's almost a full truckload worth. But to make it more efficient, I guess we should use 4%. There can be a little bit of waste lying around here. Also, if we had a waste dump instead of a container storage, it would start rotting away on its own and they would have to drive even less. Hello, Tuss. Blahai. Oh, I guess it's a Blahai Joel mixture. Fish. Au chocolat. Looks like we got power. No more meat spoilage. Now it's just drinking water. And everything will be okay. People can somewhat survive here. What a mess of a settlement. Some of them should probably go to the heating plant soon. I guess it's closed right now. I don't even have a monument. They're living a Soviet nightmare. That is a lot of extra people. Do I really want that? It's a medium density house of 50 workers. And we surely will need a clinic and a police station. I guess it's fine. I still believe the police station would be optional, because whatever crime is here, who cares? It's probably not moving out of the area anyway. But I will set it up. We will set up a police station. We're good people. We're good to our people. Maybe. And a small kindergarten, because why not? Is that too far from the heating? It might be. We'll see. This one will hold the highly educated people. The rest will hold regular educated citizens. We'll have to set up a waste storage for the clinic. Small village, eh? Yeah, very small village. It's all looking kind of blocky because I'm like using right angles, but it's also looking a little bit cluttered, and I think that makes it look okay-ish. Let's set up another waste storage. Let's redo the footpath here. That's better. Crude start to a village, but it worked. Road construction is ongoing. Rail construction is ongoing. Reaching the first 2 tunnels soon, then the bridges, then the longer tunnel, and then we're through. Oh, through in the sense that it's only regular track after that, but it still needs to be built. Lovely. Or 90 seconds. Why are you in a depot? Why are you not running? Are you getting repaired? You're getting repaired. That is acceptable. I was just wondering. Looks like the TV is not providing any loyalty effect anymore, so they're like close to around 50 average loyalty now. And I guess now is a good time to like replace them. Do we have enough room? Yes. All but 5 people. One who's sick. More loyalty, come on. 5 people is not too much. Bring the loyalty back up. This is so slow. This might be a futile effort. Like, it might get slower and slower. The initial boost was quite nice. The initial boost when we got the migrants and then stabilized at around 36% loyalty, but without the secret police I don't think that's gonna work. I need the secret police. I'm not gonna get the loyalty tech. Secret police will do it. Because then we can let anyone work in the radio station because we will know all of their loyalties. Oh yeah, that water delivery will last a while, even if we triple or quadruple our population. Truck-based delivery here is fine. Maybe later on a single water pipe making its way through could be good. I really want to start like a run with this kind of settlement, like no city, just like building into the Republic with these kind of like small villages. I just worry that we're running out of like money at that point because you kind of need like a city to run something for finances. But maybe I should do that with a waste incinerator to pay for it all. Kemevsk. Does 1,000 people equal small village? I think 200 people is a village. I think 1,000 people is either like a small town or a very large village. I don't know. For me, 200 people is a small village. And that's because I grew up in a 200 people village and it was freaking small and nothing ever happened. Much fewer complaints, so looking pretty good. Life expectancy is also approaching 70 again. That might be shrinking a bit more until we have a clinic locally, I guess. Oh, these excavators, they're so slow. Is the replacement set up correctly for them? Could I already exchange them for faster ones? We have 5 slow ones left. And where are these? These must be really old construction offices. Yes, yes they are. Replace. 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 And replace. "50-year-old vehicle still in service. Since the start of the Republic, basically. 1991, we get rid of vehicles that are 50 years old. I could start naming mountains again and add some flavor to the city, to the Republic. Is this low priority? Yes. And they should prioritize building other roads first and sending asphalt to them. Working the heating, very good. I said I would build the clinic and the police station here, but this footpath's in the way now. And this had space left, so it's fine. Not sure if we're gonna get to 200 citizens. I bet I was thinking those buildings would hold 1000 or so. That one holds 50, that one holds 36, and these all hold 10. So, no. Not really. Maybe 50 highly educated workers is too much. We need to cycle highly educated workers through this house.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, I guess the next research will be the secret police. I only need one next to the radio station. That way we can make the efficiency boost a lot higher. Doesn't even need to be a large... well, it should probably be a large secret police. It doesn't need to be, but it makes sense to have one because it's going to visit a lot of buildings in the surrounding area and therefore might not cover everything. Plus these houses have like fewer people than similar prefab panel houses. So I'm not sure how the secret police is going to handle them. It's kind of like, it feels kind of cool building settlements with no more bus stop, like just a train station. And then the trains run irregularly and it still kind of works. There might be a lot of population loss, but since the settlement is so small in the grand scheme of things, it does not matter. Basically learning how it should be set up properly and then starting to break things down again to like, what really is necessary? What do we really have to do? We learned how to do it the right way. How much can we push things and still get away with it? Running up the hill, through the mountain, out the mountain, this way. So I think our entrance for the tunnel would be somewhere here. Slight curve coming out. And then just a path through this way. Through the valley, with the ability to hook up a road into another village. That's probably going to happen. That's probably the plan. Train station for that village here. Need enough room. I guess the train station would be here. I need enough room for the train to also be able to turn around. We're giving it like 200 meters. Although the passenger trains are not that long. Again, we don't need a road connection for this train platform, it'll be fine without. Trains come in, and then if they want to leave, they need a way out. And that would be the train station for this settlement. Now I'm wondering about the resource storage already here, but I think, like I said, settlement, fire station at the entrance, and then the resource storage with construction sector over here, which gets workers by train, not by the settlement. It's a lot of interdependencies between everything. But I think it'll make for an interesting setup, if it works. I'm also slowly realizing that I really would like to have an EDK. But maybe I should just set up like a rail construction office nearby here and just build down and like... I don't really have the workers for that, but if the settlement grows, we could have. Or we can bring them by train, I guess. I mean, I can bring extra workers by train. That also works. Those extra workers nearby with the trains surely help build like footpaths and roads up a lot faster. I think our loan amount is going up quite a bit. What's happening with the prices? Fuel is fairly low. That crashed hard. Gravel is just going up. We're exporting some cement. Are we doing that continuously? Did I bring the train cars over? Or did you only unload one? I carried over a bunch of train cars, but I might have not unloaded them. Didn't even unload the one that was attached as a cargo car. Let's see. Rail distribution office of Skoy, unload. Cargo wagons, all of them. Wait until unloaded. We shouldn't have the rail distribution office full of cargo wagons already. That would be kinda silly, but who knows. I guess there's already 45 wagons in here, sheesh. It might be full. I might need another rail distribution office for export, or just run one dedicated on certain aspects. Okay, if the rail distribution office is full, then yeah, I need another one. They're not too difficult to set up. Except I guess they need water. I wonder if this one can bring coal to another rail distribution office so we don't have to set up coal deliveries by truck. In the back of my mind, I am wondering, should we modernize the rail network to be concrete slabs instead of wooden ties, just to get that extra speed out of the trains? Yeah, that right-hand turn is quite slow. Until the train has like found its path where it's supposed to be. And this is causing a little bit of a traffic jam. Resource trains should all go left, and passenger trains should all go right so they don't get in each other's way except for junctions. Can you unload them or not? Might be full. Can I add you? I was able to add you. Train has attached wagons. So I think the train might be too large now. I guess we can't. I need another rail distribution office. Guess it's going to happen. Maybe the... How much coal does this building hold? I don't think it's that much. Probably not going to have a rail distribution office be able to bring coal here in a small enough quantity. I guess it's 50 tons. Because it's also 50 tons of fuel. 75 tons. 1.5 cargo wagons, I think. Because each of these carries 50. And that's the ones we have. I need the water from the water well, not the purified water. We're going to hook it up to an existing water connection. We could run a water pipe over here, bring coal by truck, not by train, and have the water already dealt with. Now I want to like keep the water pipe to be within the fence, which doesn't matter at all. But that's like the kind of stuff you worry about once, I don't know, once it gets to that point. This is gonna be RDO exports, where we will handle everything that is export related. Maybe I can get rid of this one, so it always has to go out this way, but the return trip should be fine. I don't know. Would reduce traffic a little bit. Progress. Happiness in the initial buildings coming back up. Lifespan at 70. Medical emergencies we can't deal with right now. And I think for a village it might not matter, like I said. The loss might be so small. I don't know. It doesn't feel right, but if we had like a medical kiosk, I would use that, but the important thing is that it has to have an ambulance. And usually it's like within range of a city, but this is kind of pushing the envelope. The road is being rolled.
The height here is 52 meters. So yeah, if we come out somewhere here below, that'll be fine. Or here. Construction sector, rail connection, and then the whole planning begins anew. What we did with the Sovskoye construction sector. Except this time people are not going to get here by bus, but by train. It's going to be quite far away. Doesn't look that far on the map, but the trip makes it extra far. And like we discussed in the last stream, a tunnel through here would shorten things significantly. Well, that wouldn't be a train tunnel. At least not now. Maybe we can have a train connection out this way at some point, passenger trains. There's too many trains running through here, and there's not enough rail transportation capacity through this. So I have to start involving more signals. Could go wrong with the rail construction vehicles, I think. Parking themselves against another train, but I guess I could get rid of that by removing this signal. And if a resource train is here, no construction train can enter and park against the signal. And other trains can still drive past it easily. Hopefully that'll help with traffic without causing any traffic issues. We will see. Some more signals here maybe? Nope, that's already full. Going through the passenger train station with the long iron train, show off. And now you're going through the distribution office as well. I don't know, I don't get it. I guess I'll put signals here too. Signals that will have priority before the distribution office, at least they should. Okay, what we're doing now with the signaling is potentially a mess, but in my mind it makes sense. The priority on the route is on the main line, and I have it set up where it cannot really back onto the main line. There should always be like an entrance where enough trains can enter. That a traffic issue on such a corner should not exist. But of course it will at some point, I believe. The question is where and when. You stop because of the rail construction vehicle, that's fair. You want to enter the space where there currently is a grain train. Since I guess we're building in the area again, I'll give you a signal to do just that. Oh, I guess I just accidentally reset the whole train out of the area. Just put the mixed signal here and remove that one then. We're trying to head the same way. That's a regular signal. That thinks it's blocked because apparently that signal is too close. That shouldn't be red. A little bit worried about a game crash incoming. That does not look safe. Some train still has that area reserved for itself. Okay, grain train, go and pick up stuff, move out of the area. At least the grain train thing is all is clear, so that's good. Import, highest import this year, fuel and fabric probably. No, electronics is starting to creep up. 60 tons of electronics. More than fuel. Not more than fabric. 5.6. And we're making 8 million in clothing export, so that's fair. But we're only getting the electronics for trying to like bring up our loyalty. And to like make the citizens complain less. You could also avoid the secret police and just go for the loyalty tag. It would be 1 research point more. 2,000 citizens more. The settlement. The next one is also another one. Maybe I'll just go. Maybe instead of the secret police, I'll just go for the loyalty tag instead and just not worry about it. Still a decision to be made, I guess.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
those chain signals? Oh, you can't. Yep. There you go. Let's remove these signals now. I'm gonna get rid of the buses that helped build this briefly. I don't know if we need buses. I mean, it would help with footpath construction and the like, but personal cars would also work, and a bit better, a little bit faster. And they don't waste as many workers to just drive back and forth more frequently. Okay, hazardous waste storage. Large waste truck. Everything in order. And they're pulling the waste away from here rather than pushing. Could assign a dedicated vehicle, but we're using a waste distribution office, I guess. Dedicated vehicle would probably be safer, but I don't trust it. With the vehicle repairs, that is. Sometimes the vehicle repairs don't work that well. How's the heating? Pretty bad, but still at 20 degrees, so seems like it's holding. 80 degrees at minus 36 is fine. That's okay. Tunnel construction, almost ready to drill. Brick deliveries take ages. With an EDK this would work faster, but we don't have an EDK. It's only 1991. Road construction seems to be done. Now we can move the terraforming equipment further up to now deal with the last tunnel and the last stretch of road. Does this need to be a tunnel? Not really. I guess we're gonna get rid of this tunnel. I thought it needed a tunnel because there was like a hard rock in the way. I guess it doesn't really hurt. Could make that mountain a little bit higher to make it like look a little bit more sensible, but it does work. Guess the excavator will have to refuel. That's fine. I don't need to build anything right now. Let's see. Exit around here. I'm just gonna bring it down. Bring the tunnel out on that side into that direction. Maybe a little bit more space into the mountain itself. And then we have our exit. And all of this lovely area to try and build a material storage after we have the new village that will protect it. Which will hopefully allow us to claim an oil field. Tiny oil field. City up here. Still room down here. And around the outside on the southeast of the oil field could also be a village. I initially thought we could put a village here. But I guess this will protect the construction sector and this might supply workers to it. Maybe we'll have a train run towards this side. Because we also want to run through the hilly terrain on the eastern exit of that valley. Towards the Western Customs House, which is on the east, which is confusing. But yeah, from here we can develop after. After we have the next village. Something like that. I don't know. Hook it up around here. There's a valley. There's a hill. Fire station, supplied by workers from the train station again. A temporary bus stop or two to allow the workers to flow in and be available for a longer amount of time, and then just build up the settlement. And power connection from the medium voltage wire here. Which, I don't know how much of a drop-off it has, but the voltage display is not flickering on the first switch yet, so it's fine. And the draw is minimal for the village. If we have three passenger trains, one after the other coming in here, two will occupy the station and the third one will park itself on the orange block and then get stuck. So I will instead put a chain signal here, where the passenger trains will always have the ability to leave. We don't really have that many passenger trains, and they do run through the station now instead of turning around. So it should also not be a problem, but I think that chain signal is okay. Shouldn't really affect traffic too much. With the traffic changes, we're still at 1940 seconds for the route. For 8 trains, that's okay. Food in our warehouse is looking fine and slowly filling back up. Still a bit of a low amount of workers in the area, but I did assign 2 full houses to send its workers to the food factory cableway station. More than 420 workers is a bit overkill. Hello, I'm the hottest man alive. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Howdy, how's progress? Progress is doing well. We've decided that building a city every like 3 kilometers away from each other is way too easy. So now we're building a city along here. There's a village. There will be a village. There's going to be a village. It's going to be a massive oil field, and the city will be here, the next one. So we're trying to build very far away from our existing development. The next plan is to have a village here that protects a construction sector, with another village that provides the workers for the construction sector. So a small town, larger village. All receiving materials by train, except for gravel. We will produce that locally. And it's an interesting experience building up villages that do not have any bus stop and just run everyone by train. It's kind of fun. Interesting experience. We don't have a train every 60 seconds, we have a train every 240 seconds-ish. And it still kind of works. So yeah, in total I would say good progress and a lot of fun. New rail distribution office is ready to go. Police car for the police station. Ambulance for the fire, for the clinic once it's done. And let's check out the rail distribution office. I will have to bring all export train wagons over, which is going to include the cement wagons. Unload all train cars you have. Then go here, load cargo wagons, Wuppertal, and then unload them here. You will stop exporting cement. Actually, we're not going to like move those cement wagons out of here, because they're still like taking care of like transportation over the network. Once we get to that point, we're only going to deactivate the exports because it's like taking way too long. Cement, steel, boards, construction waste, metal scrap. Metal scrap and construction waste are not exports per se, they're getting rid of waste material, but everything else kinda has to stop. And then steel, bricks, and boards will be enabled as we need them on the network for transportation purposes. But not in the customs house. So I guess you don't have to bring... You don't have to carry the other ones in. 9 train cars for 150 tons export of cement. Is that enough? That's 10% per export, sure. We'll bring those in and start exporting cement for now. Then we'll bring more train cars in exporting steel, and so on and so on. We'll be able to use some of the free trains that will show themselves in the other rail distribution office because it will have a lot less to do. Clinic is done. 3 workers. And now the village is complete. Water consumption went up by 4 times the amount, 0.12 cubic meters per day. Let's say 0.1, so it takes 50 days to get up to 5. We have 50 days for 5 cubic meters, which is what a truck can deliver. So the truck has to bring in fresh water every 50 days. Almost 2 months. At the current size. We still need the aggregate wagons. We will need some of the open hull train cars for transportation. What are you doing? Oh, you're distributing building materials, okay. Yeah, that was kind of the point, wasn't it? I still like my dedicated transportation routes. Health went 2% in the last time. Building tiny trains, I see. Rail distribution offices only have tiny trains. I need like a improvement in alcohol, I think. At 26%, alcohol might be affecting us during winter. But the next research point for the settlement was supposed to go into secret police, so we can bring the loyalty up via the radio, via the TV station. What is the situation with happiness and loyalty? Oh my god. A bit of a population drop. Happiness is going down. Health had a drop of like 1.5 points. Loyalty is dropping rapidly. Something must have like burned and caused issues with health. This one is affected significantly. 50 years of life expectancy. So the heat exchanger was probably affected by like a fire in a transformer. It's not that many people, but it's something. They only have two electric substations, but they're presumably going to the same transformer. So this thing probably caught fire and had to be extinguished, and took a while because there's no fire station nearby. Rail distribution. I was contemplating, they're still transporting bricks every now and then, and that's like not working out too well right now anymore because of the material transportation as well. So building material deliveries will stop. We're not loading steel and bricks right now anymore, but I will enable steel and bricks to be exported. So we can empty out whatever they have in storage. I think all the trains are busy. No, they're not. Then I'll change the... We do have 4 train cars. We'll just pick them up if we need them. I mean, they're there. They can be used for transporting stuff. Meat, cement, aggregates like coal need to be transported. And a ton of building materials. That's what this thing is going to do. And the new distribution office needs some better cargo. No power supply, huh? Of course not. Why would there be power? That pump is in the way, huh? here, the water purification plant's tanks are in the way. Of course we have time for an epidemic game. Don't you worry. I always have time for an epidemic. Why is it in the way here? Is that still the corner of the building getting in the way? Really? Yes. There we go, power line. Not gonna lie, hitboxes for underground wires is the silliest thing in this game. It's only for this one because it simulates having like the tanks extending into the underground area. You're not supposed to have wires below there. So that's why it's not possible to draw a wire underneath here. The building blocks it. It's the same for like underground pumping stations. You have to be really deep down to like be able to go through these. It is intentional, even if it is a bit silly. Why are you running out that way? Okay, you can only enter from that side. Makes sense. That unfortunately makes sense. Oil price crashing a couple months. Okay. We need to run our steel exports with this. Do we have spare trains now? You're free, you're free, you're free, and you're also free. We're gonna get new train cars for export. I think I put like 3 wagons for steel loading in there. I should pull them back out. Although they're very efficient at loading steel. I would like them to be used for the export first. Was this one, I think. Alright, let's see if you do that. And then we'll get some more from the customs house and run some steel exports too. Petition to name this the Glorious Republic of Debstan. Our debt is absolutely acceptable. We only have a third of our loan capacity spent in debt. And only right now our debt is going up because we're not really exporting. As I'm reworking the rail distribution. And we've been also building a ton. So there's that too. So petition denied. How many meters to the debtor's prison? We don't put people in prison for accumulating debt. We don't do that here. Do you have the train cars? You have them. Excellent. That means we can also start exporting steel. And bricks. Well, not bricks, but at least steel. It's already quite a few. Go ahead and export these bricks, please. Maybe. As a compromise, we can get an airfield. There's no space for an airfield. No brick exports. Well, 2000 is not nothing, but the metal scrap has made more money. Iron and steel. Mostly iron, because we don't have the workers yet.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Maybe I'll just go back to like regular settings like happiness and ignore loyalty. Let's do that. You can work wherever you want, you can work wherever you want. Until we have a secret police, then things are gonna change. We will stop caring about trying to boost everything up. And let people be productive again.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
This is gonna have a negative impact on loyalty again. How's the settlement? Kamask. How many people do you have? 146. We need more housing. It's gonna be 30 extra citizens, bringing us up to 140. Bringing us up maybe 40 or 50 extra people. Okay. Well. Train traffic can only go one way here. God, the trains, all the trains. Adding more and more trains here. Let's reduce the amount of workers in the coal mine again. And try and get 30 extra workers in the steel mill. Also reduce the workers in the brick factory for domestic consumption only. And just focus on steel. And potentially more housing. Because we could always use more workers. Can we get a harbor village? Probably an oil harbor, yes. Although I'm kinda like dreading the idea of having to make sure the bridges are tall enough. If we set up an oil harbor here, a city with an oil harbor, and then they have to go down to the east. I don't even know if they can get to the east from this side. I assume they can. Can't go to the west because we would have to go up here and have to dredge this out first. There's stuff in the way. Siberia and no icebreaker were added, kinda missed opportunity. That would be a very strange addition to this game. Not saying it would be bad, just completely something out of left field. This is steel production, 50 workers. Really needs more workers.
Говори.
All the people in the TV station could be in the steel mill instead. Yeah. I need the loyalty, I need the productivity, we need to get a research point and throw that onto secret police, and then we can attempt once again with migrants what we did previously attempt. And it should work hopefully better. What happens if you allow people to move in but you untick all of the education settings? Do you get then a house where like prisoners, criminals move in who escape and don't care about these settings? Also, didn't I want to build a kindergarten here? I thought I built one, but I guess I forgot. Okay, the next settlement cannot be handled by another construction office. It's gonna be probably too far away. Set up another maintenance construction office here, and then build the settlement. Well, the maintenance office would come after, of course. I think whenever these sirens go, then something must have caught fire, probably. And it reduced the life expectancy of a bunch of people. Let's not give them another alcohol kiosk. They have the large pub. Way more than enough space for the city to deal with alcohol demand. Instead we'll put another Red Star monument. For people like driving along the road to know what's up. Alternatively, just use a footpath here. I wanted to build more housing on the other side as well. I guess we could make this like a pedestrian crossing. More house for now. Another house will do. How's the loyalty radio station experiment going? Terrible, because we have a TV station, but I also make that same mistake. I let everyone walk in here again. We will restart that once I have access to a secret police. Because without a secret police it's just not efficient enough. I feel like I should... maybe I should spend the research on just the loyalty boost and get it over with. But then everything would become way too efficient. Secret police should have been before radio and TV. Yeah, but I only need one, right next to the radio station, / TV station.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I found a solution. We're gonna call this TV radio. This is the TV station called radio. That way, if I call it a radio station, it's not a problem anymore. Cement exports seem to be a constant, but I don't think they make that much money. I mean, I would need larger trains, I think. And then we would probably run through all of our gravel and quarried stone production. National broadcasting is almost referred to state radios and TVs. Yeah. True. But what I found out is like a drop in loyalty was not too bad. Productivity went up quite well. It's really hard to see with the yellow color. We didn't gain much from the experiment is what I and gathering. So just migrants. With the early start radio and TV station, probably not enough. With the modern one, it works. We did that already, but with the early start, it's not enough. So the effect of the station, I guess, is limited, reduced. I would like to claim this area as a settlement space. Would have to run another bus route through because they wouldn't really be able to get anywhere. I think they would be too far away from the train platform. Well, some of them would. Eight hours, yeah. Again. Means Mega Monkey's gonna wake up soon, probably. Then I'm gonna end the stream and it's gonna be like very sad again. What can you do? Need to go to the gym in 30 minutes. Well, then I definitely should end the stream.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Yeah. Secret police versus 2 research points and get a definite loyalty boost. That is the question. Or do something completely different and get bauxite. Who knows where bauxite is? I know bauxite is over here, for example, because I played once on this side and went across and made a nice cool train station up here with really long bauxite trains. But I don't know where they are on the other map. Like on the other map locations. $167 people, and we're building way more houses than that, so definitely going over 200 citizens in this village.
Говорит и показывает
TV
Москва.
station also doesn't have a different texture. It is what it is. Oxide usually is scattered around in small quantities. That location is the primary location, probably. Yeah. I think it was bauxite. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was something else, but I thought it was bauxite.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I think the loyalty boost research would be the easiest. As in propaganda. But it would require two. Could a beach in on the lakes, would that provide recreation for the people? Yes, but beaches have a minimum temperature when they work, and you might guess that a temperature of 20 degrees and higher for the beach is a bit a bit high for Siberia. So it would be not a good choice for recreational building on Siberia, I think. But otherwise it's a nice one. Polar bear plunges. What? .20 degrees Celsius beach, not touching water until it's 30 minimum. Well, the beach is for the ambient temperature, not the water temperature. Is there a downside to putting a prison in the middle of the residential area, like pollution spreads? No, not that I'm aware of. It's even better because the supply of wardens is usually a lot more stable. Downside being that you can't really carry the workers to anywhere sensible in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, that grocer is quite busy.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
We'll get the loyalty tech. 2 research points wasted, but then our Republic's gonna be rock solid and doesn't need any secret police. So we'll need this village and the next one. But the next one is probably gonna be planned next time. Including maybe the material storages. I think I'm going to call it for now. It's been a long stream. Another 8 hours done. Planned the stream, yeah. And tomorrow it's gonna be shorter streams, different games I think. That was a lot of fun. But some intermission could be nice. Or just the base game, can't pass up the deal. Yeah, it's a good deal. And once you get into the base game and you feel like, oh, you want like less capacity vehicles and steam engines, there's more to expand to later. You're welcome. Can we get Victoria 3? Once the DLC hits. Not right now. I don't know when that is, like middle of June at some point. I don't have the time schedule in mind. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much for watching. I wish you all a good end to your Monday. Hope you have a lovely time. We're going to raid out. Who is streaming workers and resources? Project 7 is, of course. Viventar is starting up again. I think that was a pretty fun raid last time. Sure. Let's raid over to Viventar. The British Argonian. And I wish you all a good day. Take care everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.